Good morning and welcome to Escape to Nature and happy Friday, everyone. We are just catching the tail end of an elephant walking off here in Mashatu, and I'm Alex, coming to you here in Mashatu, Okakuyo, and Juma, respectively. We'll also be joined by Ralph down in Kariga and Kevin and BK in Madikwe. But a lovely start to the day. Unfortunately, the Ellies decided to run off like that, but it does look like it's going to be quite a hot day. And I'm sure we will have lots more early interaction and sightings throughout the course of the day. But great that we did get to start off with them anyway. And really fantastic that we got to kick off Friday like that. Some little playing calves and, of course, quite a small breeding herd at the moment. But I'm sure that will change throughout the course of the day. We can expect quite a bit of elephant interaction, as I alluded to. So making sure we have an eyeball on everything that is going on here. Hardy Dar that has joined us. The spurwing geese were around earlier, so I'll keep tabs on that as well as our Egyptian geese family, and the dab chick that seems to have now joined the waterhole party. So quite fun. Hoping to see some warthogs at some stage too, although there is quite a bit of groundwater around, so they are afforded the ability to wallow and hang away from the waterhole at the moment. But that could change quite quickly, and perhaps throughout the course of the day we will see them. But we are with some more Ellies now, and no complaints about that. Exactly, Vincent, and what a fantastic way to start a weekend. Elephants in Mashatu. And as I said, I'm sure this will probably be a theme for the day. Hopefully in Okakuyo too, and perhaps in Juma as well. So that would be fantastic if we got to bring you elephants across all three dams today. And a little calf cruising along the waterline there as well. So a really fantastic start. No complaints. So it does look like we've got quite a cool day ahead of us, and let's have a look at what the weather is doing throughout the different locations. Indeed ahead of us, perhaps the cloud cover building up a little bit, perhaps it will burn off. That remains to be seen, but we'll keep tabs on any of the climatic changes that do occur. But again, just awesome to spend some time with elephants again. Let's just make sure we do catch the tail end of them. We'll always go back and check as well and see if any others arrive. They have really been coming from almost left to right of our screen the last few days, so it does seem they come to the rocky point and then move across. But that could change, who knows, it might just be a preference at the moment. Hi Sophia, so elephants have rather thick skin, and in particular these African savanna elephants, you'll notice, and when we can get a close-up for you, we will show you it's very wrinkled. So in the peaks, roughly around 4.5 centimeters thick, and those grooves of those wrinkles can go down to about 2.5 centimeters thick. So very thick skins indeed. Just hear that chorus of the Woodlands Kingfisher as well at the moment. So always great when we have them around. Also just keeping us on our toes too. So rather fantastic and a lovely start. Very peaceful at the moment. I'm just trying to keep an eye out for those spurwing geese. lots of butterflies around at the moment. There are a number of different butterflies here. Of course, the brown-veined white, which take quite a preference to the shepherd's trees around here, and shepherd trees really in any area that they occur. So you'll just see that dabchick scooting around. Lovely to have another waterbird here. We've had a number of other different waterfowl and birds around. A great egret as well as a black-headed heron yesterday too, so perhaps that is also a theme for today. Just keeping a tab on if there are any different waterbirds that come and join us. And of course we'll do that at any of the other waterholes too, so just interesting to see. We did have some impala around yesterday as well as some giraffe, so animals, I think now that I'm sure some of the surface water that has fallen is probably starting to bake off and dry up. We probably get a little bit more interaction here before it next rains. So perhaps we will have quite a busy day. Who knows though? Unscripted, and we will fully immerse ourselves in the experience. So as I did touch on that, please do remember that this is a live and immersive experience. It is your journey and safari into the African wilderness with us. So please do send through any questions, comments, points of interest, things you would like us to touch on further. And we would happily get back to you and give you the best information we can. So please do send that through. You guys do keep us on our toes, and it's fantastic to interact with you as well. Hi Russell. So there are a number of birds that do have colorful feathers. So bee eaters, sunbirds, turacos, trogons. So they are very interesting and colorful birds out there. Also iridescent on a number of birds as well. So the hardy-daws, and in particular the southern bald ibis. It is a very pretty bird and endemic to South Africa too. Very colorful and lots of iridescence on that. There's iridescence also on the spur-winged geese that are around here, as well as that hardy-daw that has also joined us. Knob-billed ducks. And off the top of my head, oh no joke, so there's also some finches that are obviously very colorful. The Marlborough finch that's around here, lots of the fire finches. Some of the other waxbills too. And what's quite interesting, at least with the turacos, they are one of the only birds that possess true red and green colors. So those pigments obviously are found in them, and that pigment is called turacovidine. So it's a true green pigment, and turacin, which is the red pigment. So just interesting facts around turacos. Turacos are closely related to the go-away birds as well. And you do indeed get 3 species of go-away bird in Africa. So the grey go-away bird that we get here in southern Africa, and then there are 2 others up in East Africa. So just having a listen to see what is around. Just keeping tabs on anything that might come through, because the ellies can sneak up on us at the moment, just with it being so green. So it does look like the ellie activity, at least for the moment, has slowed down. So while we do have this break, let us head across to Djuma and see what's going on there. So great to be here in Djuma, and as you can see, we have a juvenile fish eagle. Really awesome to see. So lovely to have this fish eagle with us. And it's quite interesting, across all the different fish eagles that you do find in the world, they all have barbs on their talons, and of course that is obviously to help them when they do grab fish. So it is a thing that is present on all of the fish eagles, and also known to take other things barring fish, or aside from fish as well. So they will take little water monitors, baby crocodiles, perhaps even younger antelope as well. Depends really on the areas that they are in or found in. So fantastic to be sitting here with an African fish eagle. It is a juvenile. You can just see it starting to molt and get into that brown russety chest color, and of course the fully dark brown black wing as well. So it's definitely got its white head. Lovely to see fish eagles here, and of course very iconic call. So just interesting enough, in the world there are 10 species and 2 genera of fish eagle. So that also includes sea eagles, but just interesting to note that osprey being separate to that entirely. They do migrate, and we do get them down here as well. Depends on the water courses or where we are, but you do get ospreys down in Africa too. So I've seen them on the Chobe and off the north coast, so off KwaZulu-Natal in the estuaries, of course in Lake Kariba as well. So just interesting birds that do fish. Although I was saying, fish eagles don't only take fish, they do take a number of other creatures and animals too. So of course, because they are fish eagles, they aren't exactly true eagles. And if we look at obviously their feet, that would be one of the differentiating things about them not being true eagles, and that I've just alluded to now, with them having barbs on their feet, obviously to assist with catching fish. And all of the fish eagle species and sea eagles also have that attribute. But like all eagles, and with true eagles as well, they do have feathers down all the way to their ankles. So something that we always use as an identification of eagles itself is how far feathers go down their legs. Something seems to have jumped onto the camera here. I'm not too sure what it is just yet. Perhaps it will reveal itself. Hi, Lawrence. Yes, like all birds of prey, they do have very good eyesight. And you can imagine being able to spot a fish in the water through glare or sunlight. And of course, have to have very good eyesight for that. So just out of interest, with the countries that are around us, or in southern Africa at least, to have the fish eagle as their national birds, as being Zambia and Zimbabwe, I suppose that does make sense with that huge Zambezi River flowing through those countries and being the border of those two countries. So just interesting to note. So also just like many of the birds of prey are indicator species too. So fish eagles are also indicator species of healthy environments as well as what might be going on in an area too. So they help us to indicate the state of what is happening in a designated habitat, biome, or ecosystem. Joe, fish eagles sound incredibly iconic. Let me see if I can't play a call for you. Perhaps we will get the audio of that. We are fortunate enough that obviously this fish eagle won't be able to hear that, and we won't be imposing on it either. So sometimes it's very important not to play bird calls around certain birds, because you do disturb the natural order of things when that does happen. So I will just see if this works. Hopefully you did get that, but that is the iconic call of a fish eagle, so nice to note. And they do interlock, so they can be quite territorial as well, so interlocking obviously those talons of theirs, and they kind of spiral around and almost do like a dead drop and then break off at the last minute too. So I've seen it quite a few times, and it really is magnificent to see that. It's quite hard to see it too. You do need to be in an area obviously where there are a number of fish eagles, and obviously then competing for territory or space. But quite a thing to see. So this individual is almost fully fledged. Let's see if I can get a bit closer in on it. But you can just see couple of those dark striation feathers that are on its breast almost, on its chest. One or two white feathers still on its wing, and that brown slowly starting to come through, as well as the yellow on its cere and its talons. So when those are all fully coloration and full spectrum really, then this will be fully matured. It's still quite a young eagle. And obviously, probably starting to think about pairing up and finding a mate going forward. Couple of woodpeckers around, crested barbet, some sunbirds, oxpeckers it sounds like. So very quite an awesome morning, and a good way to start at least. Elephant and a fish eagle. So lovely to be able to bring this through. Hi, Christina. Yes, there are a number of birds at will. Ostriches may, of course, I did just talk about the talons and interlocking of talons. So birds of prey would do that. And of course, some of the fowl as well. So those being guinea fowl, different jungle fowls, which are closely related to chickens. So a number of those will use their feet when they are fighting. So quite cool. Clearly looking around. What I'm going to do is also just zoom out and just have a look and see if anyone else has joined us here at Gari Dam. Perhaps Dewey the Hippo is back today. That doesn't look like it at the moment. And let's also just keep a tab on any of the other waterhole locals that we do have. Waterbuck, Inyala, Impala, Zebra. Those seem to have been the guys that have been around of late. So some warthogs. So there's been a sounder of warthogs with some piglets too. We had some kudu yesterday and elephants as well. So good for us just to make sure we do know what is going on around us. Even any of these smaller things, tree squirrels, anything like that. We'll just make sure that we are on the ball. Does seem like it's quite overcast here today, so we'll have to wait and see who does turn up. Also, just keep an ear out. Oh, Dewey indeed is back, so clearly a little bit camera shy early on. But, fantastic to be able to see Dewey again. Some oxpeckers landing on him. Those red-billed oxpeckers. Currently on his neck. He's kind of just resting his head down there at the moment. So he should pop up soon enough. Quite cool watching this interaction unfold. Yes, Rose, he does move between here and one of the other dams. I think it's Treehouse Dam, if I remember correct, but I stand to be corrected there, and that is not fact, so it can be confirmed at some point. However, it is lovely to see him. So clearly he is submerging himself. We'll just wait to see if he does pop up. Hopefully give us a mug shot of him. But quite cool just watching that little interaction with the oxpeckers too. Just see his snouts.
Dark Mane, our brave Avoca male that captured our hearts, with a voice that boomed across the Sabi sands, has now finally found rest. Join Tess and Tristan on the 26th of November for an AMA in honor of his roaring legacy as a son, brother, father, and as a fighter with a courageous spirit and strong heart that saw him through till the very end. Come with your questions ready.
the Fish Eagle and Dewey are the only ones present at the moment. We will conduct roll call throughout the course of the morning and afternoon, or the beginning of the afternoon. But important just to have a look through, because it is quite thick obviously at the moment, and if we do pick up on any movement, that might help us with regards to seeing who is in the area. Does look like quite low hanging cloud at the moment too, so all these little things do play a part. It looks like Chewy is fully submerged at the moment, so it is, I'm sure, what he plans on doing for the day. And with him not really wanting to play ball too much with us, it's perhaps time for us to head back to Mashatu and see what is going on there. So patience has prevailed, and we are clearly joined with more elephants across here in Mashatu. As I was saying, I do think that this will be a theme for us, at least for today. Lovely to have all these eddies through, so great to be able to just sit and chill. There's a couple more further off in the bush. I'm sure we will get them up at the water as well at some point. So lovely to be able to just sit and watch their interaction, because there's always something interesting going on with them. There's one or two actually resting or sleeping on the left hand side, and the others enjoying a morning drink. Hi Tina, no they aren't. Giraffe have pretty impressive eyelashes, as well as sable and a number of others. So I think even oryx do have, so gemsbok, just also it does help obviously with dust and sand. But yes, elephants do have long eyelashes, up to around 12 centimeters in length. But of course, giraffe also have very long and very elegant eyelashes as well. A little bit of audio there from our Ellies. Not too sure what is going on just yet. Quite a bit going on, it seems. So, as I said, a couple more off in the bush. We can just wait here and see who does come through and join us. One or two of the others hanging around too. I know their hearing is very good. It's one of their more highly developed senses. So smell and hearing on elephants is very good. They don't have the best eyesight, but their hearing and their sense for smell is exceptional. So in terms of their hearing, they can detect a lot of very low frequencies. So those low frequencies obviously are undetectable by humans. And they can also hear very high, but not as high as what humans can hear. So very interesting. So down to around 14 hertz, and the limit of a human hearing is around 20 hertz. And with regards to how high they can hear as high as around 12,000 hertz. And a human's height range in terms of hertz and hearing is at 20,000. So that's just to put hearing into perspective. And generally, elephants can hear other elephants at around 4 kilometers away. So their sense of hearing is exceptional. And that's just on average. So obviously depending on different conditions, what might be around, other noises, ambient sounds, hearing of theirs can increase. Of course, that is not always the case. So on average it's around 4 kilometers. So lovely scenes. Awesome to be able to just sit and watch Ellies. It's always fantastic taking a moment and just watching what goes on and the dynamics between the different individuals that are present. Hi Jeremy. So elephants have incredibly strong genetics. They are known for having a number of genes that, and this is recent studies that have come out, that do prevent them with regards to contracting or developing cancer or cancerous cells. And that genome or the genetic trait they do have, the gene in them is called P53. So that does help them. And of course, in areas where there might be a lack of vegetation or adequate food resource and their condition does start to deteriorate, they would be far more prone to any diseases that might be around. So things like anthrax would be things that they would be able to then contract. So like with all animals, when you aren't in an ideal condition or fit state, you're a lot more prone to contracting anything that would then be prevalent. There's also obviously a couple of years back in Botswana, where it was an algal bloom that did add to the killing off of a number of elephants at different water pans. And they initially thought it was poisoning, but it was in fact a fungal bloom. And that created a lot of complications, and a lot of elephants did die in the area as well. A lovely bird chorus at the moment, some Cameropteras. They sound like a number of starlings. A mixed flock really. I'm sure there are a number of other little things. I'm just trying to pick them all out, but lots of little birds around too. What a lovely chorus to listen to. So lovely scenes here. And awesome to have all these Ellies. That one there in the back taking the opportunity to have a nap. The others enjoying the fresh water available to themselves at the moment. Really cool scenes. So quite cool watching that dab chick just in front of our Ellies. I said, one there seems to be having a bit of a rest. The others just enjoying some fresh water and milling about really before they head off for a feed. So it has been a fantastic start both here and in Djuma. We really have got off to a flyer. Lots of elephant interactions, Dewey the hippo, and of course our fish eagle. A number of other birds, but it is time for us to go and say good morning to Ralph down in Kariega.
Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa. My name is Ralph Kirsten and I am escaping to nature in a very cool, windy eastern side of the reserve, and I'm just enjoying watching these female kudus with some of the warthogs that are just walking around them, and the kudus are just grazing out in the open plain here. So they are off in the distance, and with it being quite windy, a lot of the animals are sort of taking shelter behind the thickets, and these kudu have come out, but they are on the western side, so they sort of are a little bit sheltered there where they are, and I'm here next to the Scotia Dam out in the open, so feeling it today. It's incredible how the weather has changed over the last few days. It was scorching hot. It went up to about 35 degrees Celsius. Today it's probably around 18 degrees, but with a wind chill factor, it's probably a real feel about 15. So for us here, that is pretty cold. I know that if you come from the northern hemisphere, that's not cold at all. But for me and us who live here at a semi-tropical region, anything that's below 20 is pretty cold for us. So the jersey's on, windbreakers on, and trying to stay warm. And the animals will feel that as well. A very big fluctuation in the temperatures. And so they also do feel it, especially when they're not used to it being so cold. And as I've said previously, the ostriches really get affected by this cold weather, especially when it's accompanied by wind and rain. But the antelope, the bigger ones like the kudu, it doesn't affect them too badly. But smaller antelope like steenbok, duiker, springbok and the likes, it can really have a heavy impact on them too, because they've got such thin skin, and that's to enable them to sprint and evade predators. And then because of that sprinting, they obviously build up a lot of heat in their bodies, but they've evolved a thin skin that they can do a lot of sprinting, but then they can dissipate that heat very quickly through the thin skin. So wonderful anti-predator adaptation and assistance in being able to evade predators, but it doesn't put them in good stead when it's wet, windy and cold, because then you also have mortality in those smaller antelope too when we have those kind of conditions, especially when they prevail for a few days. So the ostriches aren't the only ones that suffer when you have those kind of conditions. You very often find on different reserves and potentially even private game farms, etc., where the smaller antelope do die because of that weather. So Heather, yes, the weather can affect the animal's ability to hear. Hannah, sorry, not Heather, Hannah, it does affect their ability to hear, because it obviously will then, especially when the wind is strong, it will bring the sound from the direction that the wind is coming from. But anything downwind of them, they find it difficult to hear from that direction. It's the same as with us. And it's obviously a lot more noisy when it is windy, so it dampens a lot of sounds too. And sometimes you even find predators use this to their advantage, and they go hunting when it's like this. Not only is it cooler for them, and so with their very high heart rate they can be active during the day, but they use that wind to their advantage, hunting into the wind, and the animals then can't hear them as they start to make an approach on them. But it also, you can see that the general behavior of the animals, they become a lot more skittish, as we may just see there, because all they're hearing now is noise, so they're not quite sure what the noise is from. See, I'm pretty sure that that's what's maybe making them a bit skittish now. And so they are on their toes. Even though they live on their toes, they're always on their toes, but even more so when the weather is like this. You find the rhinos are pretty nervous too, and they do find it difficult to settle. And when we walk trails as well, we also are more so on our toes, because it's for exactly the same reasons that the animals are. You can't hear the crack of a branch when an elephant is moving through feeding as easily as you would if it was nice and still. You can't hear the snort or the grunt of buffalo or rhino nearby. Maybe you'll miss the call of a oxpecker because the wind is blowing in the opposite direction. So everything then becomes a little bit more difficult for us and for the animals. So it makes sense, especially if you are an animal that generally gets predated upon by predators, then to survive you need to be very cautious about any sounds that you hear. But at this particular time you're hearing all sorts going on, so they are a lot more nervous, and the wind does affect the ability to hear in quite a big way. It doesn't stop them hearing, it's just stopping them hearing the relevant sounds that would be danger for them, as it would us when we're walking in the bush as well. So I often tell my backup guides or rangers that come with me when it's windy like this, that they must be on their best behavior in sort of listening out and looking and checking. Just need to be a little bit more on your toes, as the animals are. Watch that female as she walks through. Looks like she may be walking towards a male. Just there in the background you can also see underneath that scotia tree, and next to it is a plumbago slash needle bush, and probably some num-nums in there as well. You can see a nice sort of cave that the animals do use. I've seen them going in under there when it's very hot for shade, but also when the wind blows from the north, then they'll go and hide in there too, and it's nice and sheltered. Some Egyptian geese and southern boo-boos calling, but with the wind a lot of the birds do go quiet. The wasting of energy to be calling now. And you can just see the very grey look to things. There's the male there. So they seemingly cross each other's paths. Where's she off to? She's going to carry on. Let's carry on with the male a little bit. So the light is not ideal for photography, although I'm seeing there's a little bit of a breakup of the clouds, so we might get a bit better. So Rachel, ostrich's neck, they probably, when they mature, it's probably around about 1.5 meters in length. So it is a rather long neck, and it does help them, as you see now, to be able to reach the ground, to feed in a standing position, as well as when they go to drink, and that does make it very convenient for them. Whereas animals like a giraffe, their neck is not long enough to reach the ground in a standing position, and that's why they need to sort of do the splits or the kneeling type stance to be able to reach the water, as well as anything that they want to graze on, if it's grass, as well as pick up any bones if they want to chew and get a bit of calcium. You see, they have to employ a different method. They can't stand up straight and just put their head down and reach the water. So, but an ostrich can. So as I say, a little bit cool today. Well, for me it's pretty cold, but it is affecting the animal's behavior with the wind.
Here at Wild Earth, we strive to show you that animals have emotions like humans do. And this festive season, we are celebrating their sentience with our new Animals Have Emotions range. Help us bring awareness to animals this Christmas with our new designs that launch on Black Friday at a discounted price. Because empathy for animals is the key in the conservation mission. Head to the Wild Earth shop to find out more.
So you'll see what I mean here. So I'm focusing on the foreground now, and then go past okay, so it seems like there I'm on the ostrich, there I'm going just past it, and then trying to find that sweet spot where it is perfectly on the ostrich. And obviously it's a bit difficult now because it's also moving, so it's quite a tricky skill, and you want to get it just right, because otherwise the face of the ostrich that maybe you're trying to photograph is out of focus, and then the photograph is not really usable. Delete. But anyway, that's the beauty of digital cameras. You can fire away and take lots. So there I'm off. There I'm going behind.
The morning this side, and hopefully
that. A little bit of light now coming through the clouds. Let's try and get that up a bit more, so I'm not photographing the foreground so much as well. So the focal point needs to be on the ostrich, and everything else can be slightly out of focus, but we want the ostrich to be perfectly focused upon. Walk by the blesbok, and it's even better when there's a bit of light that maybe just puts that focal point into better focus as well, just on the ostrich. It's nice when you get just a small gap in the clouds that almost shines the light straight on your target, because then it does give lovely contrasts as well, and added with the out of focus environment with your focal point in frame, then that's when you're going to get nice pictures. But it's difficult, as I say. Even with that photo, I'm pretty sure I'm still not getting it 100%, and it gets easier and easier as they get closer to you. But this is sort of long distance, and you see there, even I'm taking the photo, but I'm sure that that is not perfect as it's moving as well. Easier to zoom out and take a photo, because but then you're not going to have as big a framed animal. It's going to be more of a landscape shot, which is also not such a bad thing. But then you want like a sunset, or you know, the light to be great. You see, like now it's starting to look nice. Just take one or two, see if we get any good ones out of that. Then once again, also difficult to see once you zoom out so far whether the ostrich is actually focused. Anyway, let's just take lots of photos and hope we get one or two nice ones. Let's try go in again. Now that he's standing still. Doing a bit of feather maintenance. So yeah, I'm going to just keep snapping away, but always the photo of the day will only be photos that I've taken while live, so that you can relate to it and then you can check it out. So I'm going to carry on playing with the focus and hoping that we get some better light, and who knows, maybe the wind will drop as well. But time to head off to Mashatu, where potentially there's much better light.
There is better light at the moment, and really quite cool. So a lovely scene that is what we are looking at the moment, but devoid of any mammal life currently. Lots of birds around. Just be able to hear some of the starlings. I do think we have some of our quelea back and around, but yet to confirm that. need to see obviously visuals as well. And of course our dab chick still scooting about. No sign of the geese of yet. That could change in an instant. Getting tongue-tied here on a Friday, but yeah, just panning about, hoping to see what else might pop up. So that dab chick is still scooting about. One or two terrapins seem to be breaching the surface at the moment, but it is also time for us to say good morning to Kevin and BK in Madikwe.
Back. We're going to be spectators today, and we're going to look at the wonderful natural world here around us. Good morning, everybody. My name is Kevin, together with BK. This morning we are planning to spend the next few hours with you, and we are here at Clow Dam on the western side of the Madikwe Game Reserve, and we've got two elephant bulls having a swim. These two actually arrived here at Clow Dam separately. Bigger bull and a younger bull came from opposite directions, met up here, said hello to each other, and since then they've been hanging out. It's not going to be such a hot day today in Madikwe. Peak around about 31, 32 degrees, which is quite pleasant. This is where we're going to spend the next few hours with you, observe the comings and the goings. Had a herd of zebra a little bit early on, having a drink. Sure, there'll be more coming down to the water during the course of the day. But we're going to stay here. And in the meantime, we're going to go over to Alex in Okukuyu.
Thanks, Kevin. And of course, we will join Kevin and BK again later on and see what else is happening there at Clow Dam. However, we are here in Okukuyu, and we are joined with a rather large herd of zebra. And this is the first action really of the morning. Nice black-faced impala there too. It has been rather quiet here in Okukuyu so far, and there was a bit of precipitation and rain yesterday, so that might also be one of the reasons why. Just want to have a look and see what this is here on the left of the zebra. It is a springbok. The color was getting me there a little bit. We did also have some fantastic sightings here yesterday. A number of black rhino sightings, as well as 2 sightings of eland, which are the first I've had at least at the dam. Not the black rhino, but the eland. But a really active day, and it does look like we've got quite a young zebra foal there as well, so awesome to see. Always fantastic when all the little animals are around, so the young of the new wet season at least. So I'm hoping that we will start to see some of the impala lambs soon, as well as the wildebeest calves as well. So it will be interesting to note when they will drop, because they are more seasonal than the zebra. The zebra can drop their foals throughout the year, although there is a peak which is around now. We're actually building towards that peak, so perhaps the first of the foals that will align with that. Really awesome, lovely scenes, and you'll just be able to see that little foal there with its mum, rather tiny. So with that rain that did occur yesterday, it wasn't necessarily right here at the dam, but we could see it in the distance. If it does heat up throughout the course of the day, I'm sure it'll be rather humid, and that would possibly mean that we have quite a bit of action in store for us as well. So something to keep tabs on. Always try and keep tabs on as much as possible. It will be quite cool, but lovely to have large numbers of zebra with us at the moment. Hornbill calling in the distance. Hi, Brittany. Brittany is 10, and Brittany has a fantastic question. She wants to know how many toes does a zebra have on each of its feet. And zebra are known as odd-toed ungulates, like rhinos, and they in fact have 3 toes effectively. They walk on their tippy toes, but it's effectively 3 being odd-toed ungulates, 3 being the number on each foot. So thank you for asking that, Brittany. It's always awesome watching the zebra, but this foal is really so cute, so just trying to keep a tab on what's going on with it. Just getting a little bit closer, and you can just see really how young it is. Oop. And Mom making sure that the foal is okay. Let's just try and keep tabs with it. It really is quite sweet. Now time for a drink. So really awesome. Very young. Little shaky on its feet, so just possibly dropped this last week. Although again, speculation. I can't be 100% sure. We're not on the ground. But a very young foal indeed. So just behind its mom at the moment, kind of blocked or shadowed. You'll just be able to make its body out at the moment. And this one that is coming down to us, this mare at the moment, also looking rather heavy set. Perhaps another with a foal on the way. So lots of bird life at the moment. Really lots of little swifts and swallows all around us, even martins, I think. You can just hear them kind of screeching and coming through. So also just taking water off the top of the dam surface. And a nice bachelor herd of impala coming to join us. One with a broken horn, as you'll see. a couple far younger rams. This one's also got quite a weird shaped set of horns. This young one that is approaching just in front of the broken horned ram. You'll notice all the little birds right now. So perhaps with that rain, a number of little alates or different other insects popping out, and I'm sure that does mean a smorgasbord for any of the bird life that aren't insectivorous in the area. Acacia pied barbet as well in the distance. Always interesting when you see an impala that's lost a horn. How weird it does look now. So cool to see. And unfortunately, probably the end of that ram's lineage. Because with one horn you can't exactly compete as well as the other rams. Hi Olivia, so relatively they're not that short, they just are tucked in. You will see them actually flicking their tails, and they do obviously also use that to help with managing flies and that might land on them. So it might just look like they are short from here, but they actually are quite long. So at length of that black stripe on its rump there, that is the length of its tail. So it's not necessarily too short. I think with all these swifts and that around, there's probably a number of birds of prey around too, because obviously a resource for those birds that would be carnivorous, and birds of prey in the area too. So perhaps a number of different of the goshawks, little falcons, even eagles that might be around. But you can just see almost like swarms. I can't make them out correctly just with the light. It's hard to pick up any of their colorations. They're also flying rather fast, so tough to pick out. But swifts, swallows, martins, that is where my thought pattern is going at the moment. And once again, that ebb and flow of the Okakuyo waterhole being engaged. We're currently just waiting for the next wave of animals to join us. So a really large herd of zebra and a very large herd of impala down at the moment. It does seem that all those little birds have also flown off. I can hear an eagle calling there as well, and our black-headed heron has just landed as well. Well, we don't have much else going on here. Let's have a look at our black-headed heron. You can see some of those bee eaters as well. And there is our black-headed heron. And a dabchick. Apologies, I don't know what happened there. I clearly hit one of the controls. There is our black-headed heron. So you would have just also heard the audio of a tawny eagle, and perhaps that's also what set off all those small birds that are around. Speculation once again, but tawny eagle calling in the background. Fantastic to see this black-headed heron like this, very relaxed at the moment. You might see it perhaps going for one or two of these smaller terrapins inside the dam. Fantastic to see. I was alluding to the ID of these black-headed heron, because sometimes they can be confused with grey heron, and you generally look at the legs. If the legs are black, and obviously we have a black-headed heron, and if they are yellow, you're then looking at a grey heron. And grey herons are also a little bit bigger. And you can also just make out that tawny eagle calling in the background as well. Hi Virginia, so let me actually just zoom back into our heron, and we can talk about what you just asked about how flexible a black-headed heron neck is. And in fact, I suppose all herons really, and primarily their chief function would be to then fish with those bulls of theirs. And it is known that in rehabs and that, those rehab volunteers or vets who would be on site do watch out for these bulls, because they are rather sharp and they can lead to the loss of an eye. So with regards to the flexibility of their neck as this bird leaves us, they are going to be mostly fishing. So it kind of loads up its neck and then, spears the fish or the frog or whatever it is that it is looking then to eat from there. So I suppose to some degree, yes, it has to be flexible because it is rather a long neck, and they have to obviously develop and build up that momentum and power as they strike. So I hope that does give you an answer. But yes, I would think it is rather flexible. And that's primarily also to do with the length of the neck. It does look like one or two gemsbok in the distance. And it looks like either wildebeest or zebra coming back down as well. So Cape crows. I definitely think what set off all those smaller birds was indeed the tawny eagle that we heard calling just now. So always good to just keep an ear out, and as we always do here, just zoom out a little bit and wait to see the build-up of any of the numbers of animals that might be coming down. So it looks like some more just off on that Mopani thicket tree line, just off on the right hand side of us. So I'm sure we've got quite a busy morning ahead of us. So again, just waiting patiently as the animals come down to join us.
What is your role at Eco Trading? Tell us more.
I'm very excited to actually be talking on a more personal level.
2, 1, live.
Some early information before it kind of hits the wire.
General banter, just connecting.
Those blacksmith lapwings not too happy with the springbok coming through, but a large number of them really have had large numbers of springbok throughout the course of the week. So fantastic that they're also making their way through to us. And it is generally from around now mid-morning till around 1 or so that they stick about and then head off again. So they take full advantage of the water and the shade of the camel thorn that is just to the left of us. Hi Evelyn, that's a very interesting question. What animals eat mopani worms? So there will be a number of birds that will focus on those, and to be completely honest, I would think that it is predominantly the birds that focus on the mopani worms themselves. Yeah, I'm trying to rack my brain here, but to me that makes the most sense. Obviously in areas where there are monkeys and baboons, I'm sure that they would also take those, but there aren't any baboons here, and I don't think there are vervet monkeys around either. So at least up here that wouldn't be the case, but in areas where they do occur and they are present, then I do assume that they would also take those on. But otherwise, things like Kori bustards, any of the other insectivores, perhaps small birds of prey such as the moor falcons or even Eurasian hobbies, might take those as well. I haven't actually heard of too many things actually eating mopani worms other than us, but us human beings being primates, I do assume then that where other primates are in area, vervet and baboons, that they would definitely not shy away from a mopani worm being a high source of protein. Perhaps a jackal, but otherwise birds. So birds for me would make the most sense. And even things like bats at night would make sense that, I mean, provided the bats are the right size, but insectivorous bats would also look at taking those. And again, bush babies, if bush babies are in the area, lesser or thick-tailed, it would also make sense that they would also look at Mopani worms. So great just watching this procession really of springbok join us. Kudu moving off in the distance. I just want to zoom out and just make sure that we have eyes on everything else that's happening. It looks like we will be inundated with springbok for the next bit. You also just see a number of these little swifts and swallows, or martins even, just taking the water off the surface there. Quite fantastic to watch that. And in areas where there are predatory fish, such as tiger fish, they also hunt these little birds as well. It's noted in certain dams, and there's footage of it even, of tiger fish actually taking some of these smaller birds as they come to drink like that. Of course, no tiger fish in this dam. It would be a little bit more northeast of us in the Zambezi. Of course, we also get them in South Africa in some of our rivers as well. The Sabi down into Jazini Dam in Zululand, Pongola as well, and of course up Letaba into Limpopo. And then obviously the Zambezi Kariba systems, with the biggest tiger fish actually being the Goliath, and that is found in the Congo River. There are roughly 3 species of tiger, at least that I'm aware of currently. But the biggest being the Goliath tigerfish, found in the Congo River. So the bray of the zebra in the distance, hopefully they are approaching as well. But nice to have some springbok around at the moment. Of course, in the distance at the moment, a gemsbok. So we are just waiting for some of the other animals to join us. As I said, there are a number of them just off in the thickets. Also just keeping tabs on any of the bird life that are with us. Looks like some zebra now approaching. Those must be the ones that have just been braying. I'm sure we will have them at the water's edge momentarily. Nice kudu car coming to join us. So it does look like the numbers of animals are building, and that is going to make quite a scene. So it's awesome watching the approach of all these different animals coming down to us, but we're off to go and see a very different kind of party, and that is a pool party with Kevin.
View, and since you were with us last, those initial 2 elephant bulls were joined by another 2, so now we've got 4 cavorting. And having a royal time they are. And then there in the background, in the bank, we've got some pollard grazing away. Lone wildebeest. It's just amazing how these unrelated bull elephants come together and congregate and hang out. And that's a nice one. They all just met up 20 minutes ago. The one here facing us, he is by far the largest of, by far the largest of all of them, and the other 3 are quite a bit smaller. So he's standing nicely with his feet on the bottom. I think the other ones are struggling to keep head above the water. Remember, elephants can swim. They're very well adapted to swimming. A pool party blast, Megan. They are really having fun. We'll also be joined by some zebra shortly. Here on our right hand side, we'll show you when they get closer. We've got a small herd of zebra also approaching the water now for a drink. Gabby, to be honest, I am not exactly sure. But what these elephants do, they don't actually need to hold their breaths. Because as you can see, with this one right there on your picture, you just saw it, they actually put their trunks up above the water as a snorkel, and they can continue breathing through that. Even when they swim, I have seen elephants completely submerged, swimming, and with all of these trunks above the water. So Gabby, I'm going to look into it. I'm not exactly sure when and how long they will hold their breaths, but as you can see, that trunk works as a snorkel. And another reason that elephants love swimming, it's not just the cooling down, but also the buoyancy which the water provides. So they're not expending, while they're having all of this fun. Actually, are you guys going to get out of the water here right by us? Is that the plan? So while they're actually swimming, they're not expending a lot of energy because of the... Okay, hello? There's our zebras coming into the frame now in the background, approaching the impala. I'm sure they're going to go to the edge, water's edge, for a drink. Gabby, I'm just thinking about your question about how long elephants can hold their breath. And I would say my common sense answer will be, because they are mammals, all mammals are limited in the amount of time that they can hold their breath. So I would almost say probably not much longer than a human. But then again, you get hippos. There's the exception to the rule. Just come to think of that. That can hold their breaths up to 3 minutes. Sometimes even a little bit longer.
So sadly we did just lose Kevin there, but we will be back with him. It was interesting being in different locations. Get back here in Okakuyo, and of course our patience here has paid off. Lovely herd of gemsbok with us, as well as this approaching harem of zebra. Springbok still in the distance. Really awesome. So as it does get hotter, these gemsbok do wade further and deeper into the dam itself. They really are quite deep anyway, but they get up to around shoulder height. It is deeper, so very interesting to watch as well. Of course, the zebra coming to join them too. So lovely scenes and no complaints. You see some of these gemsbok even swallowing the water. So it's really awesome just watching how each of these different species enjoys a drink down here. But, look, and even a small little gemsbok calf. So fantastic. So we've really been treated this morning here, both with a zebra foal and now with a gemsbok calf. Really tiny. Of course, also very new as well. Just with little horns poking out there. So really awesome to see that. You also just start to see that iconic facial colorization that they will have in terms of its coat. Of course, quite tawny right now. So that'll also aid with regards to camouflaging this young calf in terms of its environment here. That tawny color obviously being able to assist with its camouflage if and when it needs to sit quite still too, but also blend into the environment that it is in. So really, really cool. Lovely to see that. The first of the season here, at least. The first calf we've had on Dam Camp 2. So really, really awesome. Lovely to see that. But for those of you that have tuned in, please also do send through any of your questions in your comments. Anything that you might see that's interesting that you'd like us to further explain. It is obviously an immersive experience, and it is also your safari and journey into the African wilderness. So we love to interact with you, and we love to answer anything that you guys wish to know about. But really awesome scenes here. Fantastic to see this little calf right now. I don't know why they're bunting it off, to be honest. Very cute. Try getting a little bit closer. Hopefully they don't run off. Very cute. Tail also quite long. Oh. Now I'm deciding to move quite fast, so I think we'll just spend some time with the zebra here, just because that calf I think is going to move off, and I'm sure within the next couple of days and weeks we will slowly start to see more of the festive babies, and of course a bit skittish. Very cool to see. Lovely to see a gemsbok calf. So we are joined by some kudu as well here at the water. Really, really cool scene. So lovely to have all this action at the moment. That young calf being a highlight, of course, for the day, as well as that young foal from earlier too. So We really are on a hot streak of babies at the moment. And the kudu also being quite alert as well. They always are quite alert anyway. Probably feeling a little bit exposed too. Let's go and look at them. They really are gorgeous. And also those markings that they also have on their face. Also it's quite stunning. I do notice them a lot better on the males, on the bulls, but the females also do have those quite striking markings. So I do just need to get the naming in there. Hi, Khaki Boss. So the water at Okakuyo isn't salty. The concrete stones that are around, those obviously are old saline deposits, but there are one or two dams, and obviously this being an old pan, and the Etosha pan itself is going to be salty, so quite a lot more saline. That's obviously where the large numbers of flamingos do occur, but that's the pan itself, not these water holes that are pumped. Probably do find that the alkalinity of these dams and the pHs and that do vary and change. I'm sure there are one or two pans that are also quite salty and saline though as well, but this is not. This will be good for drinking, as we do have all this wildlife around, so they'll also know that. And if there are pans or systems that are rather salty, saline, or even caustic, they will definitely avoid those areas. But you will find in those saltier pans there will almost be those little microorganisms and those little blooms, almost like a plankton type microorganism within them, and that is what also the flamingos will feed on, as well as little algal blooms as well. So that is what also creates that colorization in the flamingos when they do go pink. It's because of those blooms that do occur in the salty pans that they do frequent and do enjoy. So as it does start to rain and the pan system does increase, and that is the Etosha pan itself, the big pan, which is roughly about a third of the size of Etosha anyway, the flamingos will be present there, and they will obviously then feed on those blooms. So it seems that everything else is kind of moving off at the moment. I'm sure we will have a lot more coming throughout the course of the day. It is going to be rather warm, you can just see that as well. They did say it did rain a bit yesterday, so that might also mean that some of the animals might capitalize on some surface water that might still be present. But with it heating up, we can expect some more action. But where there is action is across in Mshatu, and let us touch base and see what's going on there. So back again in Mashatu, another wonderful breeding herd, even two little breeding herds of elephant joining us. This will be the case, I'm sure, throughout the day as it does warm up. Different pockets and breeding herds probably coming in and out of the waterhole itself, and then venturing off to go and browse and feed again. So lots of food available at the moment, and of course lots of elephants in Mashatu too. So you can expect that this will probably be the theme before it rains again and the groundwater develops in those pans. So looks like one or two of these guys have had a wallow or a mud spray at least, making sure they have their sunscreen on.
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube, and in addition, there are cut-downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
We'll just keep track of where they do go. It's generally left to right at the moment, or it has been like that for the last week. So I think these two are going to slowly make their way across to the other side and then into the bush. Hi Gabby, yes they do. They do also sleep while they're standing up. And it's generally the younger ellies that you'll see sleeping on their side. But it doesn't mean that the older ellies won't. I have seen adult elephant sleeping on their side. So it does happen. And you do see it occurring. Generally in shade or when it's cooler as well. Is when you normally see that happening. But the youngsters you will see doing it far more than the adults. So it seems these ellies, or this party of ellies, are off into the bush, and we will then be waiting for the next batch to come through. So just keeping an eye out, having a listen. We did hear some audio just now, but the ones that were with us have left the party, so to say. We'll just keep some tabs on what's going on there, listen to any of the bird calls, and figure out if there are any other ellies around, perhaps hear some audio, and then train in again. So lots going on here at the moment with all these different birds, and it does sound like we've got our Quellias back in the area. It was quite quiet over the last few days, a lot more migratory bird calls than anything else really. It seems that a lot of the smaller birds are back around the waterhole at the moment, perhaps even some of those white-browed sparrow weavers, other waxbills, and any of the other things. So good to keep an ear out. I haven't heard too many woodlands kingfishers here this morning, but they are present, as well as the Diederik's cuckoos and the rest. Dove calling as well, it's like a laughing dove, and of course the brown waned white. So our elephants have left us high and dry the moment. However, where they aren't high and dry, they are rather wet, is with Kevin, and we're off to Madikwe with him.
And now there's six elephant bulls. Another one came in, and then a few minutes ago we had to quickly reposition because there was another elephant bull that came walking right on the wall, and we had to get out of his way. Six of them. And just to show you how close they actually are to us. Luckily we're quite elevated. There is the nose of our trusty Blondie, and they are 20 meters ahead of the vehicle. But we are elevated here. It's quite a steep bank, and that's why I'm feeling comfortable sitting this close to them. Such a popular meeting place. And that one second from the right, that's the one that came walking along the wall. I was hoping he's going to break away and go into the water, but he was quite intent that he wanted to walk on the road, so of course he's got the right of privilege. So we moved off, allowing him to come in, and then we came back and parked up again. Hello, Hannah. Thank you so much for watching. 10 years old, that is great. Thank you for loving nature and watching it with us. Now, Hannah, most obviously, you've got the tusks. Remember, the tusks are just modified inside the teeth. And of course, then, Hannah, the tusks are used as a tool. But then, Hannah, they can't chew with the tusks. Huh? They need more teeth. So, at the back of their mouths, both top and bottom, they've got a set of premolar teeth and then also molar teeth. Now, Hannah, those teeth, elephants have 6 sets of those during their lifetime. They slowly move forward. Think of it almost like a conveyor belt, Hannah. They slowly move forward where the front part, closest to the front of the mouth, they will eventually wear away or break off, and they get replaced from the back continuously. And throughout their lifetime, they'll have 6 sets. And then, unfortunately, when they reach old age, they run out of teeth. And they can't go to the dentist to get some dentures made up for them. It is at that stage where elephants then struggle to start eating and chewing. Which will lead to them slowly starting to lose condition. Now, Hannah, have you heard of elephant graveyards? Now, my story is leading to that, so bear with me. I'll connect your question to the elephant graveyards in a second. So, you must have heard of elephant graveyards. People have discovered loads of elephant bones and ivory in one location. And that led to the belief that elephants actually go to a certain place to die. Now, the teeth has got something to do with that. Now, because they can't chew nicely anymore, they prefer to go into areas where there is a lot of water, wetlands, marshy areas, where they can still feed but almost suck on nice green, succulent, juicy leaves and water lilies and those type of things, because they can't chew properly anymore. And it's because of that when elephants die, they very often die in places like that. And then people will find a lot of bones collected together. And that's one of the reasons behind the myth of elephant graveyards. Is that they all die in the specific places at old age where they still enjoy some juicy, succulent leaves and stuff just to suck on because they can't chew it anymore. So I hope that makes sense for your question. How many teeth they've got? Those 6 sets. They keep on wearing down through their lifetime, keep on getting replaced up to a point where that last of that 6 are gone. Now the big herd coming in over in the distance, we'll show you soon. Hannah, thank you for your question. It's nice to know that you're interested in nature. Everybody else, remember, this is interactive. It's a learning experience. We have got all these great visuals we're looking at. But we also want to teach you more, and it's your safari, so please do not hesitate for any questions or comments. And we've got some more elephants coming in, this time a breeding herd, and BK will show you guys shortly. It's over there in the distance. Oh, of course, yes, we've got the frame. Sorry, BK, I see what you mean. We've got a little bit of the frame in the way, guys. Let me quickly reposition us 1 second, and then BK will be able to oh, they are going to come up. Oh, let's be patient. They're going to walk over into the frame, and there's this very small calf with them as well. sure that is a teeny one. We'll show you guys soon. Now they've smelt the water. We're going to wait for this breeding herd to arrive. There's actually more coming. In the meantime, we're going to cross over to Alex, and he's looking at some zebra in Okukuyu.
So we are back again in Okukuyu, and it does look like the zebra that we were waiting on have now decided they have had a drink, and it is off into the Concrete and Mapani yonder to the right hand side of us. So another bit of an ebb and flow, and the patience game again commences. So just watching the tail end of this zebra harem leave us and keeping the tabs open for anything else that is approaching. So it does look like a little impala, and otherwise not much else. So we'll just spend some time with our impala, and we'll wait to see what else decides to come through. But quite a nice ram. Lovely horns on this individual. Quite a skittish impala ram, and of course a little springbuck as well in the distance. Just off to the top, not really distance, but dab chick just hanging around quite close to our impala. Peaceful scenes really. We're just taking it easy with our impala ram at the moment. Not much else really going on here. We're waiting for any of the other animals to come and join us. And then obviously getting prepared to join them. But while this impala ram is here, nice to just spend some time. So just watch any dynamic that goes on with it. And of course the springbuck. slowly moving off now. Springbok replacing it. Really very peaceful at the moment. So I'm going to zoom out. Let's just have a look and see what else is happening around us. Looks like some zebra moving through in the distance. I don't think they're coming to join us, but a lovely Angolan giraffe. Looks like a bull. Let's just wait and see. What's interesting is we haven't really had any wildebeest here yet today, so let's also just keep tabs on that too. So quite a cool scene developing here. Some approaching zebra, others leaving, and of course giraffe. So quite a nice way just to sit back and relax and enjoy the interaction. Of course up top with the zebra, and we also then have our giraffe drinking. So that's another cool thing just to keep tabs on. So it seems that there is not much going on with the zebra. The giraffe kind of being a bit hesitant to drink, and we are kind of just waiting on when the zebras will get to the waterfront. Hi Pam, that really just comes down to being the geographic of the species and just, I suppose, doing research and knowing the different areas where these giraffe then occur. So if you can Google it, you'll be able to find those geographic maps of where the subspecies are then found and occur, and then obviously through that deduction be able to tell that that is that subspecies of giraffe, or unless you even know if there are other giraffe in an area. And if there is any crossover, there is some up in East Africa of different subspecies that might cross over, but at least here in this area and in Namibia, the Angolan giraffe is more prevalent with the southern or Cape. So both the Angolan and southern or Cape giraffe are of the same subspecies but of different races. And this Angolan giraffe is obviously a little bit more arid adapted and known to travel further distances as well in order to adequately get its fodder or feed as well as water resources as well. But those other southern giraffe or Cape giraffe also found in a lot more greener areas too, across into Botswana, Zim, and in South Africa, Swaziland and Mozambique as well. They are different races and subspecies within the southern race of giraffe. And some argy-bargy going on with some of the zebra over there. You can see them nipping at each other. But it seems that they're quite hesitant to get down here. So it is quite awesome here across in Ukukuyo, but Kevin is still busy with his playful elephant, and we're off to go and join him there. Perhaps the zebra will come down in the interim, and we
as promised, we're showing you the breeding herd of elephants that is also gathered here at Clo Dam. By the way, the name Clo in Tswana means elephant dam, so how appropriate is that? And if you look closely in between there, you'll see there's some small calves there as well. And the noise you hear is our elephant bull still having a swim here close to us. There's a few having a play fight out on the plains beyond. And that's the source of all the splashing. Yes, we see you. We might have to reposition here, guys, if he decides to come our way. Bear with me. Yes.
This is what I love about lionesses.
I really love Escape to Nature. Gives you that opportunity to almost be a bystander. And just to be able to spend a decent amount of time in one location to see what happens. And it's just amazing how quick though these elephants move. So this one that just came out of the water right here close to the vehicle on the right hand side is now if you go a little bit over, he's just behind that bush. Look where he is traveling already. That's him. Opposite side of the dam. And what is that? 2 minutes? 3 minutes? In the background, the hill rising, that is 2020, that is almost in the center of Madikwe Game Reserve, and it's our highest, won't call it a mountain, our highest point, hill here in Madikwe. I love the interactions early on. Every single one of those elephant bulls, eventually there were 6. Every single one of them came from a different direction. They didn't arrive here together. They all arrived separately. Slowly, one by one, started to join. He will approach the water, go in, and then other ones will see him and walk over, greet, have a rub and a feel and a sniff, and within a minute they are all playing together in the water. So I just love how they all come together. Now again, look at the size of that leading elephant bull, the big one. As you're going to pass those elephant cows drinking, look at that size difference. Now you can really appreciate it. In the meanwhile, let's go and say hi to Ralph in Kariga.
Just spotted our new little foal that is over on the other side of the plain, but still doing well. So nice to get a little bit of an update, and still no new ones apart from that. So it's nice to see that it's happy and healthy, walking around with mum. And they're still getting bigger and bigger, are the females that are pregnant. And apart from them, just a few of the blesbok over on the other side of the plain there as well, and dotted with some ostrich, also just moving around, feeding as they go. I haven't seen any of them chasing each other this morning, so maybe we'll get to see them a little bit later. I'm sure they'll be up to their usual antics, maybe when it gets a bit warmer. They're not so happy in the cold, are they? Ostriches. And the blesbok as per usual, hanging their heads in shame. And I say that it's just those flies and the maggots that are in their nostrils. Shame. Oh, hello. Looks like there's another animal that's just made its way towards us. Hopefully it comes a little bit closer. Let's just head over this side a bit. Sun is poking through every now and then, but it's still pretty chilly. Let's just see if I can spot it there. And we've got a giraffe that's on the other side there. Is he just standing and ruminating? Normally these giraffes seem to move together, so there might be some more on the way. They haven't been out on the plains in the last few days. Maybe also just hiding from the wind in the thickets. Looks like he's just chewing, ruminating. And we're going to have up and down weather over the next few days, and this is that time of the year. A bit of rain coming, and then the rain disappears, and then it gets very hot, and it continues on like that sort of into December until you get to the period. Normally over Christmas time there's sort of low pressure systems that settle over this part, and then it can really get hot, and there's no wind. There's no swell. The ocean almost becomes like a lake. It gets nice and warm, the water too. Yeah, so we actually hope that we get a decent amount of rain before that normal occurrence happens, because there's a lot of evaporation around that time, and it's good if there's lots of pooled water so that the animals have nice mud wallows. There's always the Scotia Dam though. It doesn't generally dry up, but it will be good to replenish lots of the little pools with some rain before those low pressure systems move in. And as I say, the sun coming and going, patchy clouds. Struggled a bit today for nice close shots of animals because they're all off on the other side. Nobody come closer yet. Maybe later on this afternoon they're going to come and say hello. He's just standing dead still, I think, just doing the ruminating. Is he ruminating, or has he got a bone? No, I think he's just ruminating. Yeah, that's a proper full chew. You generally see they've got quite a funny facial expression when they do have bones, and they're rolling it around in their mouths. And those flowers on the right, plumbago, brilliant blue color, and then lots of the euphorbia in the background, river and valley euphorbia. When you look at them straight up, they look identical, but the valley euphorbia has got, I think it's 5 sort of ridges on the stems, whereas the river euphorbia has got 4. There's only a slight difference. Otherwise they look identical. Slightly toxic as well. It's got a white milky latex, as do all or most of the euphorbia. Can be useful for things like toothache, or if you've pulled a tooth, you can actually put it on there. It sort of deadens the area, but only with these sort of mildly toxic euphorbias. Other ones you don't want to go anywhere near. Euphorbia virosa, Euphorbia damarana, not the ones that we get here. We do get the Euphorbia mauritanica. I think in those are much small, like brushy bushes, similar to the Euphorbia damarana, but in shape, but not in size. The Euphorbia damarana form bushes pretty similar to the size of these plumbago bushes there. And there's that little harem. I think that one zebra there does look pregnant. There's a few of them around. Lots of blesbok that are pregnant too, and the impala. Pretty quiet bird-wise. It's just this wind. And as I say that, there's a African fish eagle calling. Might be soaring and trying to get up, even in the wind. No sign of the rhinos or the buffalo for now.
Well, we'll be back again with Ralph now, but we are here and we have a number of zebra and of course our giraffe still with us, and the springbok are currently enjoying some time with us too. So really no complaints, and it has got busier throughout the course of the morning. Really lovely having all of these different animals with us. Looks like one lone wildebeest. Yeah, there's one lone wildebeest, and of course these zebra coming to join us. So it's going to get closer in anticipation that the majority of the zebra will join us, and we will then obviously have a rather big harem of them all around us. It really is quite cool having the giraffe like that and on zebra. The stripes in the giraffe pattern really are quite contrasting and awesome to just note and see the difference between both. You're so correct, Samuel. It really is picturesque. And lovely to also have that reflection going on as well. But we do obviously now have the springbok in the back. And really a busy scene. A fantastic one at that. So just hoping that the giraffe does hang around and does continue to drink. Does look like a rather heavy set zebra in the center over there. We did already see a foal earlier, and perhaps there is another on the way. Although I'm pretty sure that that is the case. That lone wildebeest walking off and that lone hemspock walking towards us. So lots going on in one frame. Kind of needing our eyes to bounce around and take it all in. Really fantastic. It seems everyone's a little skittish as they leave. This giraffe clearly not too bothered. It really is awesome watching them drink. Something so special.
Come beve la giraffa? Con le gambe allargate. Una posizione qui è molto vulnerabile.
So I think it is time for us just to zoom out again and just have a look and see what else is happening just off in the distance of us. Although we will spend some time with our giraffe. But I just want to have a quick look and then come back in.
Mi hanno raccontato che lo fa deve guardarsi intorno perché appunto è una posizione in cui è estremamente vulnerabile. Per cui
So not too much else going on in the distance, but our giraffe is still with us. So again, just going to enjoy some special time with this giraffe. And once it starts to leave, we'll also zoom back out again and check and see if anyone else is around. So it seems like we're going to get one or two more sips of water here from this giraffe, and then we'll have to just zoom back out and check and see on who else might be starting to congregate just off to the distances of us in that Mapani thicket, or either to the north or south of us. So it's really cool. Always great spending time with giraffe while they drink here. Sometimes we do get them in higher numbers than this, but just having one here with us anyway is always special. Talking of special things, it is always special interacting with you guys, the viewers. Of course, this is a live and immersive experience, so please do send through any of your questions, your comments, points of interest, things you would like us to chat further about, and we will happily get into depth on those things. So please do send those through. We love interacting with you. We love being kept on our toes by you as well. So do send through any questions or comments you may have.
È un cammello della giraffa, è un cammello, se li vedi il muso, come i lama, come gli alpaca. Come il cammello, no? Il cammello. Si muovono. Sempre sì, questi, come si chiamano già questi? Io sono gli Springbok. Antilopi saltatrici in italiano.
So really cool. It does look like our giraffe is going to slowly start heading out. And talking of heading out, we're off to go and touch base again with Kevin and his elephant pool party.
Everyone, welcome back. If you're just joining us, we've got a little bit of a drama unfolding here in Ikwe. Here with Kevin and DK, and you can see this tiny little elephant calf. It went in for a swim. It's struggling a bit to get out of the water. Now Mum is guiding it. Look there. In between the legs, Mum is guiding it to the shallow end. Just look at that. Come on, little one. Come on, little one. And he's made it. Oh, look at that. That little one initially tried to get out. At the deep end there, where the wall was quite high and it really struggled, and both these elephant cows went in immediately. They were a bit distressed. There you can see the care of an elephant mother. Herded it between its legs, pushing it towards the shallow side there, and it was a brilliant outcome. This one is very tiny, not even a year old. We were getting worried there at some point, BK? With a whole selection of ages here. Nieces, sisters, aunts, female cousins, two very little ones there. while all of this is happening, the bachelor pool party is still going on there in the distance. What a stunning morning we've had so far. We had a lot of interaction with the bulls swimming, breeding herds of elephant coming in. This one is having a nice tummy scratch. That one in the center of your screen. Almost don't know where to look. There is elephant action going on all over. That is an old leadwood stump. You can see how that leadwood stump has been rubbed away completely smooth. So not only elephants that will use that, it will be buffalo, it might be rhino, lower down warthogs will have a scratch. Zebras in the background having a drink. And the Egyptian geese making a raucous. Let's go and see what Alex has for us over in Djuma.
Thanks, Kevin. And we are back in Djuma clearly. And I did just see, there are some impala, but I did see our warthog as well. And I am going to have a look for them. But while these impala approach, it was quite cool. So we will keep a tab also just on what's going on. Our first impala lamb here in Djuma, at least for myself. Really awesome to see these young ones. And all the different creches are going to start to form soon as well. So lovely to be able to bring this through. Lovely to see this impala lamb. We have had a number of the rams around, a little bachelor herd that has been frequenting and spending time here. Really cool to get up close and personal with a little impala lamb here today. It's very tough to sex right now. Near impossible really. But fantastic just to see this little ewe, this little lamb and the ewe and everyone else kind of coming through. So really cool. A day of babies at least for us. That gemsbok calf and the zebra foal as well. So you can see also there on that bore, you can just see rather bigger wart protruding out of its face. Where did these guys run off to now? And that is the identification then there. You'll just see it just above his tusks on his face. Almost. But those ones clearly just in line with his eye, just beneath his ear, and then the other on his snout. Hi Riley. Yeah, there are a number of them around. The leopard in the area are big fans of these warthog. We have had another sounder of them around too, sounder being the collective of warthog. And that sounder has got a number of piglets with it as well. So very cool to see, and nice to note different warthog coming through. So nice for us to get all the different animals in. And of course, as I said, still waiting for them to turn up again in Mashatu. There are lots of them there as well, but they are currently enjoying all the wallows and mud pans that are now prevalent too. So very, very cool. Of course, some of our impalas, and we do have that impala lamb, but you was kind of sticking a little bit into the thicket above, so she'll probably come join us now, and we can get a better sighting of that. Let us actually have a scan across. Let's see if we can't pick up that lamb, and we'll enjoy a sighting there with that. So they were over here. I do think they would have stuck in. Perhaps that ewe would have left her lamb in the thicker bush over here and then taken the opportunity to have a drink. So that is also very possible, and probably even the case with some of the other ewes that are around as well. But while we do have them in frame and the warthog, nice to have everyone wallowing and grazing along. We'll just spend some time and focus on them. So clearly that boar enjoying a scratching post there. There's a bit of a mud wallow there as well, so it does look like they've already been wallowing. It's slowly making their way off, but definitely enjoying this time. Just see that one warthog still back here. Looked like a young boar itself. Just getting a little mud and a little scrape going on. Hi Tabitha. So there is some difference between the boars and the sows. The boars do get rather impressive as well, so they do differ obviously, and the boars can get up to around 150 kg. So when you see a really big warthog, that is what we're talking about, but anywhere between 60 and 150 odd kgs for a boar, and anywhere between 45 odd and 75 kgs for a sow. So that is when they get really big. Obviously those tusks become more impressive. They grow throughout their life, those tusks as well. So they have an average lifespan of around 15, but in other areas, you know, like in recessive game areas or farming areas, they can live up to a lot longer than that if they aren't kept in check, even if they are more in captivity. So I would say plus 20, 25 odd years is what you're looking for. But they are predated on, and they are also an indicator species for drought as well. So We do obviously keep tabs on warthog numbers in areas when there is drought because they suffer quite substantially. They do need access to water regularly. But they also do breed pretty prolifically as well. So you can have a number of different litters in a year. And at a time, on average, around 4 to 6 odd piglets. It does depend on the area sometimes and also food resource too, but they do have a number of little piglets then as well. Hi Sandra, who's age 9, and those little warty things, those little bumps, are in fact what a warthog is named after, and you see it more present on the on the paws over the sows. Getting my words confused there. So you'll see, like on this one over here, who is a young boar just starting to come out, and of course on the one in the back there, who is a sow, a female. Those lack. But that is where they get that characteristic wart from, and that name then the warthog itself. But yeah, they will have anywhere between an average of 2 or 3 piglets, up to sometimes even 6, and a number of them sometimes throughout the year too. So they normally are weaned at around 5 months of age. So you can expect about 2 odd litters in a year. You can see how much bigger this boar is in comparison. So quite a big size difference, and also how much bigger those warts are on his face too, even his tusks. As I was saying to you, those tusks do grow throughout their lifetime, and they get really impressive on some of the older ones in areas where we do find them. And of course, it's actually the bottom tusks, so those tusks that are on the bottom jaw, that are the most deadly. They're constantly getting sharpened as they open and close those jaws. So you might be able to see it here. I'm just trying to figure out if we can. But the tusks on the bottom jaw are actually what do the most damage. So whether to human beings or predators, those really do cause a lot of damage. You'll be able to see that young one there just rubbing itself up against that. So using that stump as a rubbing post. Really, really cool. So they do that quite a bit. And so yes, nice to see them playing and interacting with themselves, but also great to see them using and actively using a rubbing post right there. So clearly taking off any itches or scratches. They do that obviously also to remove any ectoparasites that would be present on them, so ticks and the such, taking the opportunity to kind of rub them off themselves. So one of the animals that do engage in the uses of a rubbing post. And there also some oxpeckers on the back of the boar. It does look like this one's also just going to get in there and use the stump again. Get any itches off, any of that dry mud, perhaps wallow again after. Again, they'll also use that mud to kind of also help manage any ectoparasites, so ticks and the such, as well as sunscreen too. So clearly the wallowing is going to be the order of the day for these warthog. Lovely to watch them engaging in all of this. And a number of these fallen over tree stumps and other trees, branches, and the such, being one of the animals that do use rubbing posts, purely to then take off any of those exo parasites, any of the dry mud that might be on them before recaking up. So not only to remove itches or anything like that, but also to remove any ectoparasites that would be present, so ticks, and then obviously caking themselves up again to also help with that, as well as helping with their sunscreen too. So it does help them when it is hot. Of course, warthog are also known then for engaging in this practice of obviously using those rubbing posts for exactly that reason. So with a number of them present around here, it's lovely to see this behavior and be able to show it to you. A couple of lapwings still around. This one really enjoying the mud there. We might even just lose it. You can just see this boar thoroughly enjoying himself, really having a good time. Gonna get nice and muddy. And of course, warthog are indicator species of drought. So we do use them as indicator species on drought as well. So monitoring their numbers when rain are held back, as well as monitoring their numbers when there is less water or food resources available. So they help us as an indicator of what the status of the area we're in, or habitat we're in, biome, ecosystem, so what that status might be. So having access to full-time water is crucial for warthog. This one's really getting into it. Lovely to see this boar have a good time here.
Hello everyone, my name's Tanya Ray. I'm from the United Kingdom. I am absolutely thrilled to have won a stay at the Itali Safari Lodge. For me, this is like a dream come true, and I would just like to say thank you very much, Wild Earth.
Sign up and it could be you getting out there experiencing it for yourself. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature.
So just watching the movements of these impala. A nice little lamb just down there. Really great to see the first one. At least this was my first one of the season. So fantastic to be able to spend some time. So thoroughly enjoying this. Thanks, Max. Just congratulated me on a newborn. Max being one of the directors here in MC. So, Shot Max, shout out to you too. It's been a day full of young ones. Particular, our first lamb, our first Hemspock calf, and a zebra foal. We did have a zebra foal though yesterday, so the second one of those. Really cool being able to spend time with our warthog around here. It's always different in the different water holes, what we get to see and how we get to spend time with them. That typical way that a warthog will forage on its front knees. So awesome to just watch that. So very cool. So obviously the different characteristics that each animal show. Obviously they all feed, browse, eat differently, and have their own ways that they have evolved and adapted to do these things, obviously to the best of their abilities, or the best way for their bodies and for themselves to be able to garnish the most as possible. So lovely to be able to just see this as well. Again, the lilac-breasted roller in the distance. But cool to note the different animal behavior and feeding patterns that would occur in the bush and natural world. So yeah, on average, a warthog being able to probably have 2 litters in a year, and the average size of a litter is around 3 to 4 at piglets, sometimes more. It does depend on the area and obviously the amount of food that they would have access to. It's always quite cool when they do run off, like the black rhinos we saw yesterday. Those tails do pop up, kind of like antennas as they run through the bush. They actually are very fast and super agile as well. They can be quite destructive to crops and to even game fences too. So farmers don't necessarily like them the most. Probably like them more on a table than in the bush at times. But you know, it's all about being able to live and coexist together anyway. That is always the end goal, and making sure that biodiversity is up there. Ian, yeah, I think a lot of our knees would, although you know it is quite common in some of the Eastern cultures to be sitting on knees and on different mats and that too. So sometimes with training, that could be far easier, although I don't think it would be enjoyable at first. But I'm sure definitely something we could train ourselves to get around. You can see how close to the ground they are, and actually in areas and when it is far drier they obviously inhale a lot of that dust too. I can remember being a lot younger than I am now, probably at the age of around 11, and at school we had to do an autopsy of a bush pig, or a warthog at least, and we noted just the quality and color of its lungs. And because obviously they do feed so close to the ground and inhale all that dust, you know, that does obviously fill their lungs, and their lungs are quite dark then because of that. So just something interesting to note. But yeah, obviously spending a lot of time like this, and obviously on their knees, foraging like that, does make sense. But they will also take things like fruit and flowers and that have fallen too. So anything really that's seasonal and then also has a high calorific content for them at a time. So they can also become rather tame, although, you know, those sharp underjaw tusks are to be avoided at all costs. You definitely do not want to have one of those go into your legs or anywhere near you. They really can do a lot of damage, and if that was to nick you in the right place, you could even end up having a fatal wound as well. So anywhere near an artery, and that would cause you a lot of damage. But regardless, even being rammed by one of them, 150 kg odd boar, you would definitely know about it. So really cool. Special scene. So lovely to do something different and spend time with these warthogs. Have them foraging. Sometimes they just zoom in and out. They're rather quick, as I said. So keeping track with them is very tough. And some areas obviously where, you know, they are high up on the menu items, in particular of farmers and of predators, they kind of see you and gap it straight in the bush, or the grass could be too thick and you literally just see the tails running off. Really, really cool. So I'm hoping we do get another glimpse of the lamb, but also just enjoying the scene that is unfolding now. Both the impala grazing and our warthog grazing too. So nice to have a different scene in a different area and being able to focus on different things. So what's interesting obviously is that there is a sow and the older boar, and then what is a younger boar as well. So perhaps it is a boar or piglet from a past litter of his and hers, because it is more common to have more than one sow with a boar forming that sounder. So we'll obviously then share those warthog burrows and the rest. Sorry, I'm just checking to see what is around and looking for that lamb. The warthog burrows and the rest, often those burrows are first initially taken over from aardvarks, sometimes aardwolves in areas as well. Sometimes they even share them every now and then with hyena clans too, here and there. It's not unheard of. It's amazing how those burrow systems do work. Obviously also with aardvark too. So, you know, sometimes there's a night and day shift, They kind of replace each other as at the different times of days that they are active. Just trying to keep an eye out for that lamb. Get one more glimpse of that. But enjoying the scenes that we do have right now. So cool watching these two have a ball over here. Perhaps they're actually siblings is what I'm actually leaning towards, and the ball being the father. It's because of the way that they have been playing and how playful they've been while we've been spending time with them here. So to me that makes most sense. Still lots going on. Clearly those impala also just going into that little thicket there. Also little shoots that they'll be grazing on there, and also taking the odd bit of browse. So I do just need to get your name again. I think it's Lucky. So hi Lucky. So they generally help and take over burrows that are initially dug out by aardvark, or sometimes even aardwolves, perhaps even pangolin in area, and even share burrows with hyena in areas. So they do obviously do their own excavations afterwards, and they do maintain them too, but they don't necessarily start those burrows themselves. They take them over initially once they're created, and then maintain them from there. So it's been quite a fun time here in Djuma, and it is time for us also to check out what is going on in Okakuyo again and catch up with the action that side. So quite a bit going on. Our zebra numbers obviously building throughout, and of course coming down. But we're just going to stick out here for a moment, make sure that we don't miss out on any of the other animals that are coming through to join us. The zebra are leaving, and a couple of the others still sticking about. But it does seem that it's ebb and flow moment. So the rest flowing out, and we will then just have to play a bit of patience and wait for the rest to join us. So I'm going to just scroll back out again here. 1 or 2 springbok. That wildebeest also just around there. And again, it's going to have to just be one of those patience moments where we just wait and see what goes on. So I'm just going to scan off a little bit to the right of us and just see if I can't see any of the other herds. Just look like 1 or 2 over here. I can't be sure if they've actually been down to the water or not. Just yet, looks like some kudu. And they were in fact with us earlier. It looks like they are heading off. Just going to shoot across here further to the left. Make sure that we do have insight into what is going on. Nothing underneath in the shade there. So just keeping tabs. Doesn't look like we have much else really at the moment. We're just going to have to be a bit patient. Take in some of the bird sounds and wait on anything else to join us. Acacia pied barbet there calling in the distance while we await the next round of animals coming down to us. It seems that the zebra are kind of just congregating off to us. They've had a drink, and before missioning off, just waiting about and taking opportunity to rest, I'm sure. So just a bit of patience needed. Looks like one zebra slowly starting to join us, but really we are just having to enjoy the sights and scenes. I'm Martha, who's 8, and they are born with stripes. So we did see a foal earlier, and that foal clearly had stripes. Sometimes towards the end of their lives, when they are older, those stripes might fade a little bit, but they are all born with stripes, and each with their own unique stripe pattern, much like your fingers and your fingerprints are unique to yourself. Each stripe pattern on a zebra is unique to that zebra. Looks like a couple more coming down to join us. I'm going to get in a bit closer and we can just kind of wait for them to approach us. But yeah, it looks to be like one of those days where we just need to wait it out and enjoy what else is going on about us. Which isn't a bad thing. Patience in the bush is much needed always. We can't just flick our fingers and expect things to happen. So yeah, we are being joined and the zebra are coming through to indulge us. It's always fantastic when they do congregate down here and we do get them drinking. So no complaints at all. And really the patience game is one that needs to be well versed and practiced.
Hi, my name is Leslie Miller and I'm from Olympia, Washington. I'm so excited to have won a 3-night stay at Jackie's Tree Lodge and visit Madikwe Game Reserve. I started watching Wild Earth in 2019 in anticipation of my first trip to Africa in February of 2020. After that trip and through the pandemic, Wild Earth helped keep me connected to nature and Africa. I'm so happy to be able to return in person.
Sign up today and you could be the one experiencing it for yourself.
Enjoying our time here with the zebra at the moment. They fortunately did come and rescue us because we were waiting on something else to join us after the last herd left us. But again, special to be able to spend time with them regardless. And just enjoy what else is going on around here. So it does seem that they are really the only ones present at the moment. We've had kind of a dip in springbok numbers the last few days, or just today compared to the last day or so. But really lovely just to sit and enjoy an escape to nature with some zebra. Hi Abby, that's a very good question, because they are born, there are some springbok here. Let me just zoom out here quick. And we'll get back to you now. I just want to make sure I have as many species in frame as possible while we can. I don't know why my controls are sticking a little bit here, so just hold on with me. So yes, I was just saying that springbok haven't really hung around or been around today, and we do have more of them around now, and the kudu. But just getting back to your question, Abby, it's important to note anyway that zebra foals are pretty highly developed once they are born, and that gestation period of them is around a year or so, sometimes a little bit longer. I'm just making sure that I didn't miss that kudu there. But normally, so just getting back to the weaning then of zebras, when they do obviously stop drinking milk, it's normally between 7 and 11 months of age for them. So just over half a year. Some more, it will obviously depend on the zebra and in the area, but those mothers can also lactate for up to about 16 months after that, so a bit longer than a year. And they are also, they begin grazing as well as also suckling from when they're around a week or so of age. So that foal that we did see, will also probably be starting to look at taking its first feed on. Obviously they tend to eat grasses, little shrubs and leaves and herbs, other plant material as well where they have access to it. They won't browse per se, but short little new growth and that does pop out on top of grasses, they'll also take that too. So but yeah, so also what they do graze, and that is also, it's ingrained behavior. It is taught by the foal's mother, as well as the different routes in that they might take, which might be seasonal, and of course where they do migrate in Botswana, those 2 zebra migrations, those routes would then also be ingrained and learnt. So it's pretty interesting how they do, go about in terms of zebra society, because they can be quite finicky and rather mean to each other as well, but they're pretty much independent also after a year, a zebra foal. So from weaning, which I did allude to, is about 7 to 11 months of age. So once they do stop suckling, which is around then, can be a bit longer depending on the area where we are, but generally from a year or so they are then independent. They only reach that maturity almost at around 2 years, so just less than 2 years, so between about a year and a half, 2 years or so is when they are at maturity, or when they reach their maturity at least. They're very interesting animals. We don't have the highest life expectancy out there either. But also the mortality rate on foals is also very high. So also again, that also does depend on the area and the prevalence of predators in the area. So for example, in the Sabi Sands, male leopards do like going after young zebra foals. I have seen them a few times with young foals as prey. And the mortality rate is recorded at around 50% mortality rate of foals. So it's rather high if you consider. But yeah, they can live up to about 40 years of age in the wild. Obviously a lot less than that, probably averaging around 15 to 20 years of age, depending on the area as well. And also the access to resources and water. They do need a lot of water. They can drink up to around 23 liters of water in a day, but they generally drink twice a day, and on average around 18 liters of water in that day. Very interesting. But yeah, they are also rather protective over their foals too. I can remember a story from when I was young, walking to a pool, me and my younger sister, and it was actually in the winter months, and the two of us happened to have got in between the breeding herd and a newly born foal. The foal was dropped actually the night before, and on our way down to the pool, walking along the road, the mother, the mare of that foal, actually charged at my sister, who was around 10 years of age, and stopped, obviously realizing that we had no idea what was going on. But they really can be quite protective, and getting on the end of a angry zebra is really not something you want to do, whether it bites or kicks you or even knocks you. And at someone at the age of 10, I'm sure considerable damage could have been wrought there. But yeah, fortunately we got away unscathed, and continue to live the story and tell it as well. It was rather interesting, something I always remember, watching this zebra mare come in at my sister, and my sister just standing just root still and not really knowing what to do, because she loved horses anyway, and does love horses, and yeah, being rather shocked at this mare coming down and then just kind of skidding to a stop a couple of meters away from her, and then shooting off into the bush with the foal. Looks like another one of those ebb and flow moments. So I'm going to just have to wait for anything else to come down. But I can hear the audio of some European bee eaters. Not too sure what this crickling around us is either. I'm going to just pay attention to that. But we are obviously just going to have to wait and see who comes to join us. Hi Alice, and that's a very interesting question, rather in depth. So it's also known as commensalism, cross-species adoption. And I mean, obviously, as you've alluded to, it's cross-species, so two different species then. And, that would only really happen if, for example, those species are probably kind of very highly related. I mean, commensalism has obviously happened here and there with regards to, they have seen footage and video footage of a lion with a leopard cub. But I don't think and normally the young don't last very long at all, just because obviously the different social patterns and that do occur within it. So it's basically cross-fostering. So it's almost with animal husbandry, and that happens most often or not in rehabilitation. So, for example, I've seen, and there are quite famous examples of this with regards to sheep, and sheep being used as basically surrogates with rhino calves in certain instances. Dogs, obviously this has occurred with too, but obviously far more in the captive breeding sector than obviously in the wild. And in the wild, commensalism is kind of quite rare. As I alluded to, the species would have to be very, very close to one another. And of course, so it's, as I said, normally when it's surrogates basically with different species, and it's allowed for where high levels of conservation are perhaps given towards certain species and preference of those species as well. So as I alluded to, obviously with regards to very famous sheep and some rhino calves that I know of, and it does happen here and there, with other antelope as well, more so with antelope than with predators, from what I'm aware of. But yeah, quite an interesting topic. It can be quite controversial too, so I kind of stick away from it where I can. But it is, of course, used and practiced in some areas. But it can be quite controversial, I'm sure, with regards to the species and what does go on. So it doesn't really make any evolutionary sense with any of the other things. So, because of size differences, age, perhaps even dietary preferences and that kind of thing, obviously in the wild it does kind of fade out. But as I said to you, I did see some content of a leopard cub actually feeding with lion cubs on a line in the wild, and I don't think that leopard cub would have lasted too long, because obviously the smell and everything else is also different. So there's a lot of triggers and that are then fired off on the different animals because of that. And evolutionary wise, it wouldn't make sense. Effectively, some other pride member, maybe even the mother, would have lost interest, or perhaps been triggered around something to do with it. Obviously I don't know the full story, I didn't follow it to the end, I just saw the picture, so I can't give you full details on that. But of course there's also been images of baboons taking lion cubs in the Kruger, along with leopards, even with baboon cubs in certain areas as well. Not with baboon cubs, with baboon young too. So looking after that, and sometimes even with the odd lion and a foal of some antelope as well, trying to look after it. But of course those animals can't really look after that cross species either, and they do eventually just pass away. So evolutionary, it doesn't make sense anyway, and it's not something that would really take preference either. A very interesting topic though, commensalism. But I think one to kind of be avoided most often or not. It's not something we aim to put any emphasis on really. Of course, where it can benefit certain endangered species, let that practice happen. But I think, at least for myself, something that unless I honestly had to get involved with, I would probably try and avoid. It looks like we do have some more zebra here. 1 or 2 springbok joining us, but again, ebb and flow, we do have to wait on anything that is coming down. And again, just be a bit patient. So just waiting on our new herd of zebra to come join us, and anything else that might be building off in the distance there. So a little bit of patience needed. Again, just taking any of this other audio that is around here, this Cape Crow, any of the other birds that are around too. It seems these zebra are kind of just holding off at the moment. Not too sure why, but just keeping tabs on the situation at hand and what might develop. Maybe just taking the opportunity to have a little graze over there. There are little bits and tufts of vegetation in and amongst all the concrete that is here. You do see the wildebeest eating and grazing too. So it does look like these zebra are going to be taking a little bit of time to get down to us, and perhaps it's time for us to go and check and see what is happening across in Mashatu. So we have a few elephants with us now at the moment. Very different scenes and scenery here of his course in Mashatu. Just trying to keep a track on what is going on, but it's definitely been an elephant and zebra day today. A couple of impala, springbok, and the rest, but elephant and zebra taking up most of our time so far. Looks like they're just off here, shooing off some of the spurwing geese, but coming here straight to the fresh water. So that young one And of course, this one right here, I'm sure coming right here. It'll be interesting to see if this zebra, or this elephant does spray any of those geese over there. I don't think it will, but stranger things have happened, I think. Looks like that actually is the Egyptian geese family. The spurwings were around too. Of course, our dab chick is also here. So, lovely scenes. These ellies really do enjoy the fresh water off the rocky point. Hi Trudy, and I'm just trying to think right now because they don't really, well, they're not really frequented by oxpeckers. I'm just trying to think what the best way to think of a symbiotic relationship with an elephant would be, and what possibly would be that perhaps there are other animals that actually have more of a symbiotic relationships actually with elephants as opposed to the other way around. I would think birds like drongos would be one, because when elephants kind of walk through the bush and disturb insects and the such, drongos would then hawk those out. Also bee eaters as well. But when it comes to elephants itself, I don't think they, on the other way around, have really a symbiotic relationship with anything else. I can't think of anything really offhand. You know, them being really the most majestic and powerful creature out there. There's others that kind of capitalize on their presence as opposed to elephants capitalizing on anything else's presence. So in the true sense of, you know, what we're trying to accomplish here with a symbiotic relationship and what a symbiotic relationship would mean. So, you know, first an initial example comes to mind is obviously clownfish and anemones. We did talk about warthogs and their burrows, aardvarks as well, and how sometimes there is a changing of the guard, whether it's during the day and at night, and those burrows then being used at day and at night by different species. And it's different things, even hyenas and warthogs sometimes using the same burrows. That at times can be a symbiotic relationship. So we do just need to, you know, pay attention to some of them. But, you know, that is just how it goes. So off the top of my head, it's mostly birds that would then use do just need to head across, and we will be back in Mashatu just now, but we are back in Ukakuyo. So sorry, we did just lose Mashatu. We will be back there again, but we will continue on with our conversation of symbiotic relationships. And as I was alluding to, you know, clownfish and anemones, zebra and wildebeest, perhaps even wildebeest and impala, giraffe even to some degree as well, being able to use each other as almost early alarm systems and in the bush, so benefiting from each other's companies in areas. So a lot of the time, wildebeest bulls who are then territorial, kind of linking up with other herds of antelope and that are in the area and taking advantage of that as well. But with regards to elephant, at least for me, it is actually birds that benefit the most because of their presence. And that in a symbiotic relationship way as well, because obviously everything really benefits from having elephants around, biodiversity, habitat and the rest. They are known as the gardeners of the world. Geez, and there's quite a showdown going on here with the zebra. Lots of kicking and biting going on. It's just a perfect example of how they can be quite frisky with one another. And let's just see, maybe it's the heat of the day that's getting to everyone and temper's starting to flare. Maybe one or two stallions trying to get one up on one another. Let's just wait and see. But yeah, I suppose another example of a symbiotic relationship would be honey guides and honey badgers. Honey guides being able to guide those badgers to honey. Even with human beings, there is a symbiotic relationship with honey guides as well. So, lots to talk about. It's an interesting topic because it can be quite broad, and it does also require a bit of thinking as well. So let's just watch and see here, because these zebra are quite hot under the collar, it seems. I'm not too sure why. Perhaps once their thirst is quenched, that might change.
This is unbelievable. Unbelievable. Join me, James Hendry, on an odyssey through the most adorable, fascinating, heart-stopping moments that we have experienced here on Wild Earth.
It does seem like everything else has kind of calmed down. No more Baloo between the zebras. But let's just keep a look and see who else might be around. One or two springbok have joined us, and it looks like a rather antsy zebra are slowly starting to make their way away, but there were some others that did join them, and they will hang around, I think, for a little bit longer. So while they are present and while we do have company at the waterhole, let us make sure we maximize on that. So it seems that most of our zebra are slowly starting to push off. And it was interesting just watching that interaction. I'm not too sure if it was two herds kind of linking up or what was actually going down. But, yeah, quite an angry interaction that we did have. One or two of those gemsbok, and it's been surprising because a lot of these gemsbok and springbok that have been around for the past few days, definitely taking the opportunity to venture a bit further. And as I did say, I'm pretty sure that has to do with the precipitation and rain that fell yesterday. And a lot of the other animals are taking the opportunity with some groundwater and that to venture a little further from some of the waterholes. Perhaps that will change, as it is getting rather hot, and I can see some more coming down towards us now anyway. But just with regards to the variety of species and that we've had around, it's been quite an interesting day. But that is to be expected as it does start to rain. The rain does allow all these herbivores to venture further and spread out into the landscape as well. So some springbok slowly starting to come down. Looks like we've got some more wildlife just off to the top, quite far away from us. I'm not too sure what it is exactly just yet, but definitely springbok coming through. And we'll just spend some time with them. One gemsbok, actually jokes, 4 gemsbok it seems, just off and possibly also coming down. So when we do get to spend some time with those almost very regal and royal looking antelope, we'll definitely join them now. Just checking underneath our tree as well. Yeah, so I do think some of these gemsbok and the springbok are going to be our next best friends as they come down and spend some time with us. I'm just going to come through here, and we should hopefully get the gemsbok actually wading into the water. Nice to watch an approach as always. Always awesome watching them through those lovely straight horns. Really imposing antelope. Definitely able to inflict quite a lot of damage with those horns. So let's see if they do indulge us and they do wade in. Doesn't look like they're going to be playing too much ball with us. Let's just hang out and just see. Some of our springbok have come through. It does look like both them and the springbok are enjoying just being around here at the moment. So I think obviously finding some comfort because the springbok are there. And let's just come a little bit across because I do think they're going to slowly edge their way ahead of the springbok. Just what I was hoping for, these gemsbok wading into the water, as well as the springbok. Just see a hoopoe there. Quite a tranquil scene again here at the moment, so lovely to be able to enjoy this. Lovely to hear our hoopoe, but also great that these gemsbok are playing ball with us now, wading through the water, drinking. Some of those springbok hanging back a little bit now. No complaints really. awesome to have this going on at the moment. Just going to zoom out again. I just want to double check that we haven't missed out on anything else. Looks like quite a huge number of zebra coming down for us. Rather big herd. So you can just see that line of zebra coming down, and lovely African hoopoo calling in the background. Just going to get a little bit closer here, because this will be rather awesome once they do get down here. We've missed them throughout the day as they approach, so I am enjoying that and looking forward to be able to count them and that once they do get down. But lovely to see a nice procession of them, and once they do get in, I'm sure they'll basically fill up the screen. We really do have a number of zebra coming down. Of course, these gemsbok are also thoroughly enjoying the water at the moment too. But I do think once we get them down, it's time for us to have some fun with them. Although, good to just have a moment to spare and enjoy with the gemsbok while they're around. This gemsbok kind of going straight in towards the zebra. Just going to position the camera. Yep, split the zebra like the Red Sea. And continue on. But let's just come out a bit. Just make sure we get all the zebra in one frame, because I pose a challenge to you guys who have tuned in with us. And let's see how many zebra you can count that are going to be at the water's edge. I'm just going to get us positioned correctly, and then what we will do is we will count the individuals that are present at the water's edge with us. So if you have an idea, do send that through. I can tell you what my estimation is just now. I did count them kind of on the way down, but if you think you can count them and you have an accurate number, do send that through and I will verify with you. Hopefully they don't scatter off. But yeah, once they are settled, have a count. Let us know what you think, or how many you think. So it's a high number. So I've got 2 answers from MC and one of our directors as well, and they're both incorrect. Quite a long shot. Now they are coming back on their numbers and saying just a dazzle, but yes, it is indeed rather a big dazzle. But if any of you do have an indication as to how many zebra you do think are around here, send it through. Let us know. I do have an indication myself. I've counted them. And if you are correct, I'll let you know. If you're pretty close to it, I'll let you know too. And they're all going to shoot off now. Not too sure why. I do think they'll come back down though anyway. Looks like they're turning. Maybe 1 or 2 of them missioning off. It does seem that they're all coming back. So keep your eyes peeled. Let us know. And I'll make sure that I do kind of have them all in frame once they are all back at the water. Clearly very thirsty zebra at the moment as well. But yeah, sorry D and Nadine in MC. You two are wrong, unfortunately. -5 points to you two. So it looks like this will be the best angle for anyone to do some counting. And try and send them through. Yeah, so definitely still very wrong there in MC. I think with the new ones joining us, we'll possibly get to the number that they think it is. And it's a good 20 or so off their first answers. And I can tell that they're probably sitting there right now, counting them individually. It's going to be rather tough when they are quite skittish like this, but let's see if they come up with a good answer after this. But yeah, if you have an answer, please do send it through. It'll be fantastic to know how many you think are with us currently. Of course, that is going to swell. So yeah, it is going to, of course, increase once these other zebra do join us. We did have 1 or 2 of them get scared and shift off too, so it has kind of decreased. But if you have a rough estimate, do send it through and we'll confirm from there. So yes, we have a couple of answers, and you guys are doing far better than MC. So Mpoya Vudi saying 40, Hallie saying 29, Lean saying 39 to 42 with 17 on the way, Tandi 40, Tom saying 48. So they're roughly around 41 to 43 that were here initially, with around 16 coming down here now. So they're taking us up to around 60 zebra that would have been in frame at a given time. So those of you that answered roughly around 40, just because it was kind of moving a bit and there were a couple that did get scared off. Yeah, so those of you that mentioned around 40 with the first harem and her that was down, you are correct with that. Your eyes are definitely not needing any checking. And we did have around 16 to 17 new ones come join us now as well. So taking us up to around 60 zebras in total after everyone has left. So probably now in frame, this is for MC. You probably now are looking closer towards your first answers. And a couple of them have moved off. So it does seem that they're quite skittish when they are in the water. I'm not too sure what it is, because we've seen it now past 2 harems. Maybe there is some wind blowing some scent across. Can't tell you because we don't have smell-o-vision. And of course not on or in the area. Yep, so roughly 60 plus the new arrival. So thanks to all of you that did send through. You guys are obviously on the ball. It's good to know, because you also make sure that I'm also on my toes. And of course, there's an MC that got it wrong, and you've made sure that they're also on the toes. So good on you and congratulations. Looks like we'll have to do some training on counting of zebra later on, perhaps when the next big herd comes through. That's really quite cool. So I'm not too sure what keeps on making the zebra too skittish at the moment. So a couple of the others that were initially here also finding time to come back and drink too. It's interesting, just the one foal so far, so I haven't seen a second yet today, although that might change. So it's quite interesting. Lots of audio, obviously, of all the different birds that are here. But in this dry climate, and up here in Natasha, we don't get any oxpeckers. Not like we do in the Lowveld or Casa Madikwe or in the Shatu as well. Even with all these zebras and that, there aren't any oxpeckers. None recorded, at least. Not on the bird list that I can see here. If anyone knows different, do let me know. But at least from what I can see, no oxpeckers that are around here. But really fantastic. Nice to have a full screen of zebra at the moment. Hopefully they won't start biting and kicking each other again. It looks like these zebras are slowly going to start moving off.
Can we stop there, please? Because now we have got some leopards making love. Now, this is not like when a baby human bites your finger. Let's push play on this episode of The Wild Show.
So quite cool watching this procession of zebra here, and it was awesome just checking if everyone else was paying attention and how many were around. However, let us go and have a look and see what's happening in Mashatu with a very different animal than this. So it is clearly starting to get rather hot and humid here in Mashatu. This bull ellie currently getting a bit of a spray on, and a number of ellies just scattered around in the bush around us. And I do think with it getting rather warm, there's going to be a bit of splashing and mud wallowing and the rest going on during the course of the afternoon. But let us just see who else is around. They kind of are dotted around the waterhole itself. Looks like this one might come through here. It does stabilize. It can hopefully stay here. That was quite cool. So it does seem that it is playing ball with us for now. So we can hang around here for a second because it is always fantastic watching ellies in water. A couple of young ones around too. There's quite a bit going on. And the swinging one's going to the top of the dam. Others are kind of moving off into the bush. Just keep a tab on where it decides to go, because maybe it can get into the water, who knows. So just prior to the rain, the area where it is now is the area where the Ellies and the warthogs are getting rather active in terms of their mud bathing and the warthogs wallowing. Let us have a look. So this younger Ellie is quite comfortable, obviously being by itself at the moment. Lots of the adults still around, just kind of interspersed in the bush around us. It looks like a little bit of a spray going down. Quite cool to watch. Heading back towards where the adults kind of pushed off to, those cows. Let's just have a look. So it looks like that Ellie is heading off to go and find where the others left off to, but it's also time for us to check in with Kevin again and see what surprises they have in store.
Since you guys have last joined us, we moved on from Glow Dam. We are now here at Chukudu Dam. And what we are looking at is typical midday siesta time bush style. Everything has moved to the shade. See if you can spot the other species there. You've got a wildebeest and some zebra. See if you see the other one. Yes, you've also got a kudu bull lying just behind that Tamputi tree on the right hand side. You can just make out his body and his horns, and his head is almost behind the tree there, but you can still make out that beautiful spiral horns. There we go, thank you for that. That's a young bull. And it's a way for the animals to conserve maximum energy. It's useless running around during the heat of the day. And you'll normally drive around during midday, and you'll see every tree has got an occupant. Some has got impala under them, some have got zebra under them, some have got wildebeest. Every species picks a tree. Oh, BK, here's a little Namaqua dove. I'm not sure if you will be able to see it right over the bonnet of the car. That is right, Jade. They are very comfortable in each other's company. And the one for you is a little Namaqua dove. Only really find them here in the western regions of southern Africa. Might be a new one for you. Smallest dove species. Long tail, beautiful nest. one of the prettier doves for me. Just gently feeding away. That's Tommy. In the meantime, let's head back to Alex.
So we'll be back again with Kevin and BK. Just now, we do have some kudu that have joined us, as well as some springbuck. So rather enjoyable. And different scenes, obviously, after those huge herds of zebra. Nice to just have something different going on. It looks like everything's slowly missioning off. We do have to then just engage again in the patience gears and wait to see who else comes to join us. So we'll just watch the kudu move off, and as these springbuck indulge us a little bit right here. Let's just wait and see. It does look like kudu are going to move off. Hopefully the springbuck will hang around. You just hear those zebra missioning off in the distance. Hi, so there aren't any oxpeckers in the Okakuyo area. If anything, those that would be around are more than likely the drongos. They're closely related to the starling families, both of them, although there aren't any oxpeckers present in Etosha. At least not that I'm aware of. They're not on any bird lists, and I haven't heard anything either. Couple of lone kudu here at the moment, but really not too much else going on. Oh, it looks. So those weren't kudu, they were some black-faced impala ewes. Lovely to spend some time with them too. Clearly quite thirsty ewes as well. There's a big drink going on at the moment. like these ewes are slowly going to push off. That one that did come down, though, I think going to hang around for a little longer. So quite cool to sit here with this Impala ewe. So Impala have left us at the moment. I'm just going to zoom back out, just wait to see where anything else is at the moment. Those kudu also just moving off to the distance. It does look like a little bit of patience is going to have to be employed here. Now, quite clearly a little bit of patience is going to have to be employed here. Couple of springbok milling about, but they're not really wanting to come through to the water just yet. Just making sure that I can pick up on anything else that is in the area. Looks like a lone wildebeest over there. Actually a kudu bull, to be honest. But we'll just position ourselves to line up with anything else that does come and join us, and just take a listen to the sights and sounds of Kikuyu. A couple of zebra moving around in the background. There's Impala moving off, the kudu moving off as well. And definitely from the rain yesterday, we are seeing a difference in behavior around the waterhole. Hi Laurie, so your question is, are there any birds that don't go through molting? And To my understanding, all birds go through a form of a molt. So yeah, from my understanding, I was correct. It is exactly that. So birds will actually molt throughout the course of the year. That's obviously once they've got that plumage on them. So sometimes that molt's actually split between 2 or 3 periods. But usually before or after the breeding. So if that makes sense. So those molts are also triggered obviously seasonally and also with hormonal things. So as I mentioned to you, either prior or after breeding seasons, that'll obviously trigger an hormonal change in those birds, and that obviously would trigger a molt, and obviously seasonal changes. So areas where it's very cold and very hot as well. And it's not painful for birds, it's a natural thing. But obviously if there is a heavy molt, so if a lot of feathers are being replaced on a bird itself, obviously being able to develop all those feathers, that is quite costly in terms of energy expansion or expansion, and having to use all those energy reserves and resources, that would be rather taxing on a body and rather stressful then from there. So it kind of does make sense that I've been having to replace many as opposed to over periods or fewer at times, that being feathers in particular, that allows almost a rhythm, a natural rhythm to occur. But a heavy molt would mean that that bird in particular would need a lot of energy resource to be expended and also to be replaced, along with water as well. Looks like we've got a little harem of zebra coming through. So just keeping tabs on what's going on. So slowly patience is starting to pay off. Our zebra are slowly coming down again. Interesting as well is that the chorus of crows have also been rather slow today, and a gemsbok as well, so lovely to see that. As I say that about the crows, they do kind of pick up again, so interesting just to hear. So it's been awesome watching all the different zebra here. It has been a very zebra-filled and zebra-packed morning and beginning to the afternoon here in Okakuyo. But it's time for us to go and check in again with Rolf and say good afternoon to him in Kariega.
Back at the Kariega Game Reserve, and I have just changed of place to the opposite side of the plain where all the animals seemingly have been hiding out, getting away from the wind. And so I'm doing exactly what they're doing and getting up here on the western side of the plain. I've gained a little bit of height as well, and yeah, this is where the animals are being very clever and getting out of the wind. But the sun has started coming out now. When the sun comes out, it's hot. When there's a cloud that goes past the sun, it's cold. So it's jackets on, jackets off. Well, it's still turning out to be a bit better now than it was earlier this morning when it was very overcast, very cold. It's now warmed up quite a lot. And just enjoying watching these eland happily grazing down from me, not too far away. So I'm probably about 400 to 500 meters away from the Scotia Dam now. Normally where I look towards is where I'm sitting, just up towards the ridge line. So nice to look down over the animals now for a change. As we see these eland with beautiful dewlaps. Looks like a couple of bulls. I can hear the rufous-naped lark calling. I like to call it the bicycle pump bird. Sweep, 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 sweep. Or it's like those pumps, those little pumps that come with camping mattresses, those little foot pumps, the plastic ones that you push your foot on. Sweep, 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 sweep. Only pumps a little bit of air at a time. That's exactly the sound that the rufous-naped lark makes. Small little bird, looks a bit like a cisticula or cisticola, whichever way you want to pronounce it. And they always sit on top of a bush and then make that little call. There he goes. There's a continuous call too.
The updated Wild Earth app is here, as well as 12 hours of fresh live content a day for free. You can watch repeats and highlights of shows you have missed, and if you have subscribed to be an explorer, exclusive access to the behind the scenes channel, access to rehearsals for new locations, a chance to give us feedback, and explorers also watch totally ad-free. Download the app today.
animals that are out here. There's a nice little harem of zebra that we can have a look at. I don't think it's the one with the new foal. Let's just check. It might be that I'm not seeing it hiding behind one of them. So Louise, the strongest horns of the antelope. Well, I would imagine and say that it's probably the ones with the thickest ones. So eland, they you know, the biggest antelope that we do have, and I've seen their horns close up many times. I've found skulls in the bush, and after they've been eaten by lions and so on. And so just the pure thickness of the eland horns, and that they're not so long in comparison to, for instance, kudu and gemsbok or oryx. I would have to say that in my opinion it would be eland that have the strongest horns. Second and third is probably between the gemsbok and the kudu. So, but I would say out of those three would be the strongest, but my bet is on eland, them just being so big and them not being too long, that you don't often see an eland to be grammatically correct, an eland with a broken horn. But I've seen quite a lot of kudu as well as oryx with broken horns. Now they do break them when they fight with each other, between males. Eland also do fight with each other. I don't see them fighting as aggressively as the gemsbok and the kudu. Maybe that's a contributing factor, but I do believe, that they're not broken as easily as those two. The kudu and gemsbok also, they're much longer. So even though they are thick, they are strong, they're still probably easier to break than the eland. So I'm putting my money on their horns being the strongest. Those three just ran off and then stopped. Don't know what that was about. So it's getting quite hot now again after being cold earlier. So that might mean that, the animals will be a little bit lethargic once more, especially when it gets hot. So there's a lot of standing around now. Not too much activity. There's normally more when it's a bit cooler. But from my position here, I can see those eland, I can see some ostriches, obviously these zebra that we're watching now. There's blesbok, as well as nyala, and some blue wildebeest, and there's also impala. So lots of game around. But like I say, everybody just chilling out a bit now that the sun's come out, and it's pretty sharp as soon as it does poke through the clouds. And there we do have a bit of a grouping of animals. I'm sure you can hear that rufous-naped lark now. Nice. Blesbok, nyala, wildebeest, all in one shot. There's a nice female nyala there. There comes a young male just entering onto the screen. See how his legs stay like a female, but then the top part of him becomes totally different And that's just the remnants of what he used to look like when he was younger. The transformation has begun. Terry, animals that struggle to exist in a social structure. Well, it's a bit of a difficult question because everybody's got their particular social structure. You know, you look at the likes of maybe you could say bushbuck. They have their own sort of social structure, but they don't really mingle that well. They don't really mingle at all with the other plains game. You see Nyala, that they do enjoy it in the thickets, but they're reasonably comfortable out in the plains as well, as you can see here. Not so much the bushbuck, but then you've got also all the small little antelope. Like the blue duiker, which does exist here, but very difficult to spot because they're quite shy and they remain in the thickets. There's lots of them here. We see their tracks regularly, but once again, they like the bushbuck. They don't come out of the thickets. They don't expose themselves out in the open. You know, they would fall prey even to crowned eagles, and yeah, in the thickets, that's their safe haven, and there they would be predated upon maybe by caracal and leopards. Jackals, they would try, but they're very, very agile in the thickets, so a bit difficult for jackals to catch them. But don't be mistaken, jackals are actually very good hunters, and in Etosha National Park I've seen them hunting regularly. And hunting springbok next to waterholes. It's generally that one just grabs a springbok while they're trying to drink, grabs it, and it's not easy for them to bring them down. But once the squealing starts, then lots of more jackals come to help pull it down. And that's where I've seen that once again that animals don't tick or stay in the boxes that we like to put them in. You know, in the books, they sort of monogamous pairs, very territorial. They are said to be almost purely scavengers or only hunting birds and, you know, the likes of guinea fowl, sandgrass, doves, etc. But I've seen pairs of jackals hunting in packs in Etosha, where one grabs a springbok and it squeals and then more come, and you know, I've had where there's like 15, 16 jackals all piling on top of this one springbok, eventually killing it, and then it's just a mass free-for-all to get as much food in as possible, because when the prey squeals, obviously that's going to attract hyenas and lions. And I've seen many times where they're sort of ripping off as much meat as possible, quickly swallowing it down, and in runs a lion or a hyena and takes it away from them. So who would have thought that you have lions and hyenas scavenging from jackals? So when people say that jackals are just scavengers, not true. And I know from personal experience many times, having seen hyenas and lions scavenging jackal kills. I haven't seen jackals killing anything bigger than springbok, but you know, then going back to the duiker, it would be you know, a very easy size for them to take down. But yeah, so going back to the original question, I would say that it's those antelope that stay in pairs. There's lots of different kinds of duiker and grysbok, etc., that live in the thickets and not so sort of social, apart from the couples that they form. The dik-diks, the likes of the dik-diks, And in Etosha, you don't see them on the side of Okukuyu. You see them more on the eastern side, where there's a lot more thickets, Mopani thickets, and a lot more of the acacia or thorn trees. And that's where you see lots of dik-diks, right down towards Waterberg, where there's a lot of, probably the highest populations of cheetah, anywhere in southern Africa, in those areas. So yeah, even Steenbok, they don't really stay in groups. You see them in 1s and 2s max. Steenbok also very common, but you don't see them in groups. You just see them one, sometimes pairs. And so all those little antelope, not very sociable. Just their small territories within the thickets, and they defend it very aggressively as well. So like I say, getting a bit hot, so everybody just chilling out a bit. These females are beautiful, the female nyalas. Wildebeest being another one of the dust bathers, like the zebra. They really like dusty patches, and they roll around in it. And you often come across those patches on the road, because, yeah, you know, if you have gravel roads, it does make the soil nice and powdery, which is perfect for the wildebeest and the zebra. And we often come across those when we're on trails. It's either, you know, on a road or in just an open patch. And then you can see where the animal has been lying down and rolling from side to side in those dust patches. And they seem to prefer specific spots, and they'll go back to that. It's kind of like that little ridge that we have next to the mud wallow, where the rhino and buffalo like to wallow, and the zebra, wildebeest and ostriches like to go and dust bathe there as well. So the nyala, especially the female, but the male as well, you can see very similar markings to that of the kudu, with the disruptive markings, those white stripes. And you do find that on obviously the thicket dwelling animals, and that's just to assist in breaking up the outline of their body for any potential predators. And it's difficult for them to then make out, or it breaks up their body, so it's difficult to make out head or toe. And when they're looking through the thickets, it's, you know, it just breaks them up. So it's a kind of camouflage, kind of blending in, and just helping to confuse the predator. Goes that rufous-naped lark. It almost sounds a bit like a cricket or a locust, but 100% that little LBJ, little brown job that it's difficult to spot, but they're very often calling. Of course, difficult to put them on camera as well. If I do spot one, before I can even move to them, they fly off. That's the way of the birds. They don't like being on camera. And we get them on, it's normally very fleeting. You can hear quite a few of them calling now. They seem to be dominating the bird calls currently. Righty, so chatting about all sorts, and wonderful if you jump on board with us and send us through your questions and your comments. And while I'm waiting for anything that you'd like to know about these specific animals that I'm watching, let's go and find out at Okukuyu what Alex has.
Thanks, Rolf. And not much has changed. It has been a zebra day, and we have a plethora of zebra with us currently. So this has been the theme for the day. For those of you who have tuned in with us, you would have noted that zebra has been what Black Friday special has been about. Our Black Friday special today on E2N was definitely zebras. So I hope you've enjoyed. But we've also had a lot of elephant activity throughout the course of the day as well. It's really jam-packed with different herds and large numbers of zebra throughout the course. Really awesome watching all the zebra come down and join us. Really large numbers. We did have a quiz earlier, and perhaps those of you that are tuned in right now, let me just try and see if I can position us correctly. Why don't we do another? And if you can tell me how many zebra you think are with us at the moment. A rough answer is okay. Let's maybe just give it 10 or so seconds, because a couple of them are leaving, and it does look like we have some more joining us. So let's just see in a few seconds what the dynamics look like, and then we can perhaps do another one of those quizzes and see how in tune the rest of you are with regards to how many zebra might be here. Looks like still a bit of playing and tomfoolery going on with some of them. It's kind of tough though to call the numbers, because they kind of shoot out and then come back down, and those that are thirstier than others join us. Really large herds at the moment, and perhaps once these next ones get down we can have a look, but might be tough to call. Let's just see. Yeah, but we probably have seen somewhere upwards of 250 odd zebra throughout the course of the day, just with the different herds that have been through, and in large numbers. So I would think plus 250 odd. I'm just kind of averaging out in my mind, but I would think around 250 plus, so probably up to even 300 odd separate zebra that have been around with us, that we've at least seen while on dam cam, and that's live. Hi Randy, zebras' bites are exceptionally strong. They do bite each other quite a lot as well, and even predators that would, be trying to take a zebra or even a young foal, they would nip at that along with kick. That bite force is obviously pretty incredible. If you've ever seen a horse bite, then that'll give you some idea as to how powerful a zebra bite would be. And of course they also have those quite fine little incisory type front teeth of theirs. And of course, that's what they lead with. So you would know all about it. I can guarantee that bruise would not go away for a very long time. And of course, be very swollen and very, very sensitive to touch. So not something you ever want to get on the end of is a zebra bite. I can assure you that. Much the same as a zebra kick. Although they do look rather pretty and beautiful, they are also known to be rather unruly and untamable as well. So habituation with zebra is basically unheard of. Much the same with leopards as well. Two animals well renowned for not being able to be habituated, tamed, or domesticated on any form or level, really. So while we enjoy all of our zebra here today, it was also important for me to remind everyone that, of course, this weekend and tomorrow is the Ask Me Anything, the AMA for Dark Mane. So this week, Wild Earth had to say goodbye to one of our favorite Wild Earth characters, and that was Dark Mane. Dark Mane had a very special place in all of our hearts, and his legacy will definitely live on for years to come. So in order for us to celebrate the life of this legend, Tessa and Tristan will be hosting an AMA tomorrow evening, so that is the 26th of November, and they will be answering any and all of your questions about Dark Mane. So join us and them at 8 p.m. Central African time tomorrow, and do remember that it is for explorers only. But that is tomorrow's AMA on Dark Mane. So let us see. It does seem that our zebra theme will continue for a little bit. And it is possibly going to be another one of those patience gears that needs to be found and then waited on.
Dark mane. Aside from the dark mane that gave him his name, he can be recognized by a distinctive limp. This limp stems from an injury to his right leg he sustained while taking down a buffalo with the Nkahuma pride.
Hi James, so yes, those stripes do aid with temperature regulation, as well as aiding them with regards to biting insects. It is thought of that the black stripes actually help with deterring biting insects. So that's the recent research that's been done. But of course, having that break up in pattern as well also does help them. But they are far more water dependent than those other antelope that they are found often with, that being the wildebeest. Zebra in fact have to eat or drink at least twice a day, whereas a wildebeest can go up to 2 days at times without water. But yes, so these black and white contours or striation on them will aid with regards to helping reflect off. So having that white underneath them, with here obviously any reflection that is bouncing up towards their belly help obviously to reflect off of that. Of course the white on them as well also helping to reflect off anything. So it does help with that temperature regulation as well as with biting insects and flies, those coats. So obviously everything in nature has a purpose. Nothing in nature is imperfect, it is always perfect. So anything that we might think of as being a hindrance, it is definitely not. It was never designed in that way. It definitely benefits the animals as well. So as I said, everything in nature is perfect. It is never imperfect. Even timing is perfect. So quite cool is the difference between, say, smaller antelope there that we've got, the springbok and the impala, obviously noting the difference in coloration on them. Far more russety red that was on that impala. Obviously far lighter tan color on the springbok. Again with that black stripe and then the white belly as well. Springbok, contrary to popular belief, is not a true gazelle. It's actually its own genus, and that is because of that mane of theirs that is on the back of them. It's kind of like a mane of hair. When they do proc and stonk, the stocking and pronking, you will see it. It does get exposed. It's kind of like this big ridge of hair that is on their back, and that is one of the core differences between them and true gazelles. And true gazelles obviously being found further up in East Africa. There are a number of different ones, most popular or most well known being the Thompsons. It seems we just left here with our springbok at the moment. I'm not too sure if we're going to get any other zebras in, but who knows, it could change in 10 minutes. just the scenes of our zebra missioning off here. Let's just have a little scan about. So it looks like all of our friends have left us at the moment. There's a little bit of green actually popping up here on the left-hand side of the dam. Slowly. So certain areas clearly will have the start of a green flush going on. Lots of those blacksmith lapwings around. Really quite a few to be able to count. They're all over the show. Large numbers. I've actually never really seen them in that high congregation or number on any other water other than here. I suppose in other areas here that also might change. They might also be highly prevalent there in those areas too. It looks like our zebra are slowly missioning off. We don't have really the best visual of them at the moment. Just having a look to see what's happening here on the left. I did note that little green tinge that is starting to come out. So clearly a little bit of moisture has started to fall. The springbok have been enjoying that where they have been able to get it. So in and amongst that concrete, I'm sure that is also the case too. Little bits of green sprouts slowly starting to come through. We did notice the tree line, and of course these trees were around us as well, getting quite green about a month or so ago. So we are definitely getting towards the rainy season. Unfortunately, something has come to join us. We have some springbuck at the moment. So we are here with the last two remaining springbuck. It looks like they are the last of our friends that have been with us throughout the course of the day. But of course, the Black Friday special today was the number of zebra that we had. So they were clearly on discount when they woke up this morning, and they decided to come through and please us throughout the course of the day. We did also have some very cool elephant sightings across in Mashatu. Really good numbers of them there as well. So very, very cool day indeed. Thanks, Brandon. I'm very happy you enjoyed it. It really has been a cool day. It's lovely to see when we have one species really dominant like the zebra have today. It really does give you an insight as to how many of them are actually around and present in an area. Of course, it does happen and it does change up on every other day as well. But today was a zebra day and it was very cool. Always cool to see how the springbuck and the gemsbuck are our resident waders, wading in and spending time. It looks like this one is slowly starting to walk out. Let's just see. Waiting to see what happens, which direction the springbok decides to go. This looks like it is a springbok ewe. The smaller horns, the ones with the thicker horns. Oh, it looks like some zebras just going off in the top there. Maybe they're going to come join us. But yeah, springboks with thicker horns are obviously the rams, and those with the thinner, smaller horns are the females, the ewes. It looks like we've got more zebras coming to join us, and clearly the sale isn't over or finished just yet. They are moving at quite a pace. But for those of you that have missed out on any of the action from Escape to Nature, the Sunrise Safari, the Sunset Safari, and Penguin Beach, please do remember that if you are looking for any of those best bits, they are on our app. So please do download the app, and you'll have access to any of the content you might have missed, as well as the highlights from any of the shows. So do get on that, and do get your fix of highlights and best bits that you might have missed out on. It looks like the zebra aren't going to leave us hanging, and hopefully we will have them down at the water's edge momentarily. So quite a slow trot going on there with some of them, so who knows, but they're definitely making their way through to us, so no complaints and really no rush either. Last little audio of that acacia pied barbet. One zebra slowly moving in on us, grazing here and there, but also getting quite excited for the water, I'm sure. Looks like an impala leading them down. So I really hope that we do have these guys just for the close, because sadly it is that time of the day where we do have to bid everyone farewell and wish you a fantastic afternoon after this. But also we also have to just say, please do stay tuned, because Penguin Beach follows this, and following Penguin Beach is the Sunset Safari, and no doubt there are lots of interesting things to be found and spoken about on the Sunset Safari. But yeah, it has been a fantastic day. We are going to close out again with our zebra, so it's been fantastic, really. Lots of zebra. Great to have seen them in such great numbers throughout the course of the day. And really a pleasure to end off Friday like this. So from all of us here at Escape to Nature, we do wish you a fantastic Friday after this, but also thanks for tuning in, and thanks to obviously everyone involved, the MC, the directors, Kevin and BK across in Madikwe, Rolf and Karika, for myself, Alex. Thank you very much for tuning in, and of course thank you to the wonderful wildlife and the habitats that they came from for giving us an insight into their lives. But we're going to leave you with these zebra approaching and coming in for a drink. And we look forward to seeing you again tomorrow morning, 8:30. Have a good rest of Friday.